it up. Beyond. Oh. There we go.
Can I get a quick mic check from everybody? Starting with Ritari.
Alright. Hello, this is my voice. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool.
Alright, how about Manu?
Testing, 1, 2, testing.
And how about Tegan?
Testing 1, 2. This is your mic check.
And I'll just get Scout when she's back. I look
Yeah, I'm here.
like I'm at it.
Hi, this is probably how loud I talk, and here's me talking that loud but closer.
The
Okay,
closer one was
perfect.
better.
Oh, Marcella said I talk louder than that, so how about this? And then I rip the goblin's head off and dunk it in the trash can. She said that's good.
Alright, perfect.
Oh, you're now Danny DeVito, though, Scout.
Yeah, I'm the trash man.
I'm the trash orc.
Oh, that's not nice.
Get in Barovia and I throw trash everywhere.
That just makes me think of Lonely Island and I throw it on the ground.
That's not my father. That's a cell phone. And there we go for copyright.
Does Scout still need a couple minutes to get situated, or?
I'm just eating corn on the cob, so I have my video on.
Okay, no worries.
I'm ready.
We'll get Craig in here.
Oh.
Now recording.
Okay.
Oh yeah, since we were talking about Elden Ring last time. Tells you how quickly I play games that only finally got through Margot.
Is that the first of the demigods?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not very
Well-
far.
Nope.
Do you mean Margit or Margot?
I meant it's like the first actual boss of the game.
Margit.
Oh, I thought that was Margot. Okay, Margit then.
You've probably had someone spoil for you the character's actual name, which his name is eventually revealed to be Margot, but
Oh.
the first 2 times you encounter him, it's Margit. M-A-G-I... Wait, M-A-R-G-I-T. Margit the Fell Omen.
Yeah, there you go. That's the name. I was trying to look it up on my end.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I've been so busy for the past few weeks that from then to now, I only finally beat him. For the first time, I guess.
My favorite thing is that someone pointed out that Ronnie, who has 4 arms, has Blade, the half-wolf warrior, and in front of her tower are always 3 wolves, and she has 4 arms with 4 people to give petties.
Oh.
So,
Well, that's just economics. That's economic.
so we now know
You can
why
pet all the
Ronnie's
dogs.
doll has 4 arms.
All the better to pet with.
But bringing us all in, last time we all met, as the town of Valaki burns to the east, our party of heroes were continuing west along the old Svalich Road, in their current task of escorting Irina Kolyana to an as-yet undetermined location in the hopes of finding her refuge, safe from the grasp of Count Strahd von Zarovich. The party was briefly delayed along the road by a bit of foreshadowing foliage. Continuing along, you made your way to the walled village of Kresk, but you were turned away by the town's burgomaster. You all then doubled back to head towards the Wizard of the Wine's winery, hoping your trip could possibly kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as figuring out what is causing the delays in wine shipments and solving whatever problem needs solving to get the wine flowing again would both ingratiate the party to Kresk's burgomaster and also satisfy Davian Martikov's request for you to investigate. Approaching the winery, you were beckoned by a mysterious figure who revealed himself to be none other than Urwin Martikov, resident wine wizard of the Wine's winery. You spoke with Urwin and the extended Martikov family, who told you about the troubles that they had been facing with the invasion of druids and blights, and you decided to help out. There at the winery, you were set upon by many large swarms of blights, and as the fight progressed, several druids exited the winery with even more blights as reinforcements to join the fray. Then, between some excellent moves made by the party and some absolute terrible rolls from your adversaries, you managed to slay every visible enemy before you, leaving 1 druid alive but unconscious for questioning. And there you all stand, heaps of slain foes that look like slashed and discarded plant matter, and several mud-caked humans, also looking much like compost food, lay scattered before you amongst the struggling vines in the vineyard as the thick mist curls at your feet.
Now, when the DM specifically says you killed all visible enemy,
Yep.
doesn't that just make you start thinking if there's any invisible enemy? I don't think there are, but it really was impossible not to bring it up.
Well, we can certainly ask the one enemy that we did keep alive.
Wasn't one of the plot points the fact that he doesn't speak our language? Like, we can't communicate with him?
I can cast a spell that would let me understand him, but there's nothing to invert that.
Sure.
But we also only know that we do not speak any of the languages that they did speak, not whether or not that there were further languages that they can speak. But yes, you are correct.
And furthermore, I don't think we need to worry about invisible enemies so much as enemies within the winery itself. Since, as noted, the DM only said that visible enemies.
Mm-hmm. Well, we had established towards the end of last session that the plan was, since this dude will be unconscious and stable for up to an hour without any further intervention on our part, we can tie him up and then have ourselves move in to investigate the inside of the building.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see what all this was all about.
Okay.
And try to get some wine.
I was going to, as one last note, would it be prudent to at least bring the last warlock and do a short rest at the campsite with the rest of the family, wine family?
I think we could inspect the house first.
Okay.
I mean, here's my thought process on that. On the one hand, I'm pretty tapped. On the other hand, a short rest doesn't really change that for me.
Okay.
But I don't know how the rest of you are situated as far as that goes.
I'm at 23 of 40 health, and all tapped out of second level spells, but I at least have full 4 slots for first level spells.
I'm at like half health, and yeah, pretty much just health.
Oh, and I already used my channel divinity. Which, by the look of it, that'd be the only thing that I would get back for a short rest, so. As well as health from short rest.
I mean, judging by what poured out of this place, I think it's safe to say that we're alone here.
Yeah. Yeah, I would rather tie up our prisoner and then investigate the inside of the house just to cover our bases.
Sounds good. In that case, does anyone have a rope then?
I think all of us probably have some rope.
Although one of you probably lost it tying up Isaac Strozny in Vallaki.
Right, I forgot about that.
But just about every starting build a character comes with a pack that has 50 feet of hempen rope. So I imagine more than one of you have rope
I
to
will
spare.
tie them up. I have deft hands and can do that good.
Okay. Where are you? Are you just tying them in place, or are you trying to like get them to a post or something?
Yeah, I'll look around and see if there's anything sturdy that I can tie them to.
Okay. Probably not the pillars that y'all
yeah, I had
acid
thought about
splashed
that.
and whatever
I was about
else.
to make
There-
that
I
note.
looked at the picture and was like,
There are two that didn't appear to be damaged.
That is correct.
Although one of them looks about like it's about to. If you cough in the wrong direction, it will fall over.
Yeah, is there anything nearby that I can see that looks sturdy for tying? Anything other than that third pillar? I'd rather not, because if the other two break, it's not going to be able to
Make
pull them up.
make an investigation check.
Okay, let me grab my dice.
You're right.
All right, investigation.
Or actually, no, perception makes more sense.
Okay, well, I rolled a nat 20 plus 2, so...
Okay, yeah.
Well,
you
nat
see
20 plus 0, actually, with
that
perception.
there's a garage door that's open here.
What a useless
over
time to get a nat 20.
Here, to the west is what looks like a porta potty.
Yeah, I
and
tie them in the porta potty.
Okay.
Just
That sounds
tie them
great.
up, shove them in there, and then tie the whole thing closed.
Yep.
Double secure.
I'm Stormy, and this is Jackass.
I was wondering
And
what
when I say this is Jackass, I point at the druid.
Ah,
That's an insult, not a reference.
but I'm bummed.
And there they are.
But yeah, I tie them up in the porta potty. Another great moment of D&D.
And as the door closes, you could see through the little like half moon slit in the door that they're just like, face down, not quite in the toilet hole, but definitely an undignified position that you've left this person in. hogtied and in and out house.
What could be more dignified than the seat on the throne? Okay. I like do a hand washing motion, and I'm like, okay, let's check out this. Let's check this place out.
All right. So front door, back door, garage.
I don't think it matters so much. With everyone kind of dead, I think we can just walk in whichever. So we can just
I'll let,
waltz in the front door.
I'll let you guys go first then.
All right, I'll go first.
Yeah.
All right. Right back behind. So yeah, like that sort of stack.
House.
Okay, yeah, you
Oh,
try the
yes.
door, and this door is unlocked.
All right, I will walk in. What is this room?
Strips of iron and wood lie in neat piles on the floor of this workshop, the walls of which are lined with tools, and two work tables stand against the east wall.
Oh, it looks like they make the casks in here.
Makes sense for a winery. Surprise at the front door.
Yeah, I was expecting more of a house, not a workshop.
But I guess it is a winery.
That's true.
Maybe this isn't
But
the
there
front door.
but there are more doors here, so I'll see if those are unlocked and open those if they are.
On
They
that tool,
are.
on the little tool bench, are there any hammers?
Yeah, I'd say you could find a number of hammers between ball peen and probably not like your traditional like claw like framer's hammer, but there's definitely like a rubber mallet there, and
I'll grab that ball peen hammer.
okay. Yeah, it's like kind of like a nice, well-oiled, like dark wooden handle with like a dark, very like hammered. I don't know how you describe it, but like a dark steel to it. But Manu, I believe, was opening this door to the west, which is unlocked. And you see rows of new barrels that fill this room, and a narrow stone staircase spirals upward in the southwest corner. There's also a door in the south side of this room.
Did you say it winds downwards or upwards?
The stairs go upward.
Oh, okay.
Let's stay on this floor for now.
Yes, I agree.
But I see all the barrels and I just lick my lips.
I turn
You'll,
over to Tegan. Do you hear anything, by the way, that we should know about?
That's a good question, DM. Do I hear anything?
Are you like gonna press your ears up against to the door to the south of this wine barrel storage room?
I mean, if I must, then yes. But I'm also kind of wondering just by the tremor sense ability thing.
And I'm sorry, read that to me again, if I don't have it in front of me quicker than you do.
Where did I put it? I actually kept a note this time.
Ears similar to those of a bat grow on the character, blah, 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 blah.
Big ear.
Acquires tremor sense to 60 feet.
Big ear, big here.
Features and traits. I've lost where I put that note in my character sheet again. Anyway. So.
Yeah, I feel like from this room to the south, you do hear some slight rustling in basically all four of the corners, and also a little bit of like wood creaking, like wood, like weight shifting on wooden flooring.
So I do hear some form of movement not from us. Correct?
Correct.
There is something moving around in here inside the building. I'm mostly directing that towards Manu, since Manu's the one leading the charge, but
It may just be. Yeah, I mean, so many people came outside. I feel like we got everyone. They could have cats, maybe. We have a dog.
We have a. I forgot. Are they still here?
No, Irina and Lancelot stayed with the Martikovs when we went to the winery.
So I will go ahead and open the doors down here.
Okay. The rich smell of fermenting wine fills this large two-story chamber, which is dominated by four enormous wooden casks, each one 8 feet wide and 12 feet tall. A wooden staircase in the center of the room climbs to a 10-foot high wooden balcony that clings to the south wall, which has 4 windows set into it at balcony level. Stacked against the wall underneath the balcony are old, empty barrels with the Wizard of Wines burned into their sides. The balcony climbs another 5 feet as it continues along the west and east walls, ending at doors leading to the winery's upper level. Underneath these side balconies are several doors, which some of which hang open. Beneath the sloping roof stretch thick rafters upon which scores of ravens have quietly gathered, and they watch you with great interest.
Pointing to the birds, because that's have been what you heard, Zen.
it's within the realm of possibility. I will actually look over to the ravens and say, and hello again to our feathered friends. Any warnings for us this time if necessary? Can I infer if that's a yes or a no?
Make an insight check.
What a good call, by the way.
Insight. Bunk. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Yeah, you intuit that there's no way for, at least as far as you could tell, for this, or any of these ravens to, like, communicate with you, but you sense that they are agitated about something that would maybe make you as a player want to make an investigation or perception roll.
All right. I'll make a perception roll, but I'm hoping that other people join.
I mean, Tegan is the one
Because-
intuiting this information.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, already I probably should have done a. Which kind of roll did you say?
Well, it was Tegan that's perceiving this information.
Ah, I see.
I rolled a 22 for perception.
Nice.
You hear again that there's creaking along the floorboards in the kind of rafters of the south end of this room. Has like a little balcony that's overhanging, like kind of up to this point. Like there's like a lofted area, and you do hear creaking in there. You also catch just like this whiff, like this waft of smell from the wine barrels, and it does have like this rich, earthy, winey smell to it. But there's also like this kind of acrid, like sharp note to it as well. And I think as you're smelling that, you kind of shift your weight from one leg to another, and you there's a vial that kind of rolls out of the way of your toes, just like an empty vial that had some liquid in it.
There's something. There's something very wrong with the wine in this room, and Tegan bends down to pick up the vial and doesn't directly smell it so much as do the chem lab waft thing in order to see if the vial has any scent to it and what
Yeah, it's like
else.
a sharp, acrid scent coming from this vial that you found.
Believe it to be poison then, of some descript.
It could be. I don't typically have that
You could make
spell
a-
prepared.
You could make a nature check or perhaps a medicine check.
Does anyone already have better stats in either of those, by the way? Does anyone have
particularly.
expertise in medicine or nature of...
I don't have
mean-
expertise, but I do have proficiency.
Oh, yeah.
So
Would there be like a one of those long glass like dropper things, like you stick it in the barrel and stop it with your thumb so that you can taste a little?
I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and make an investigation check to look around for what they have in here. But Tegan, if you were making a medicine or nature roll.
nature 15.
Yeah, this is poison, and it's a very concentrated poison that a little bit could be spread out over a large volume.
Does Tegan share that information with the group?
Absolutely.
That's what was in the vial.
Yes. This is some manner of concentrated virulent poison. Can I
So
tell?
that- Oh, yeah.
Can I tell what kind of effect it would have?
No, you're not familiar with like what poison this is, but you're familiar just like the smell and like kind of how it clings to the glass that this is. Like maybe you didn't pay attention to like the different poisons in your nature class, but enough to know that this is like one of the more concentrated ones. Manu, I believe you are making an investigation check.
Oh yeah, no, I got a nat one,
five.
so
Okay.
Nope. So in that case, that was their plan, to just poison the vine. But if that was the case, then what's the point of taking it over?
Yeah.
well, I don't
Well,
think
what's the point of stopping deliveries and poisoning the wine? That seems not necessarily redundant so much as counterintuitive.
Maybe
Unless-
there were a ton of needles and things here. Maybe it helps them grow. Maybe that's where they all can come from.
Is there a like a faucet kind of thing on these barrels here, like these big?
Are they
No,
are they
just
tapped?
tap. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they do have taps.
Tapped.
I'm gonna open all the tabs and just let the wine out.
That is probably for the best.
I would not do that inside.
Well, it's
Just
not like we can take those things outside.
Not on our own, but if we let the people know that the wine has been poisoned and contaminated, they can help.
You also do know you have a paladin in your party.
Hello.
I'm not sure what Dratari has on Dratari's character sheet,
assuming
but
you
I
mean
imagine
purify food and drink.
Food and drink is there.
Yeah, let me check for that.
And
And I do at least have my first level.
Well,
spells.
if it's so concentrated, is it like, are we even purifying drink at this point, or are we trying to purify poison?
it negates the poisonous qualities. Period. So you wouldn't make it into a more pure poison.
Oh, I just meant like, is it even still wine? Only one way to
Just
figure it
like
out.
these barrels are way larger than any of you are.
Yeah.
These are like 80 to 90 gallon barrels or something. They are very large barrels.
And the main reason I don't want to just dump it out is because we've already made enough of a mess of these people's homes.
That is a good point. I do have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and wine can be both sticky and smelly to have to clean up.
I do have purify food and drink. That would.
cool.
It's not prepared, but I have it, so we can fix that without making a mess, and Dratari doesn't have to waste precious spell slots.
Well, that and also I don't have one. I don't have it prepared either. And that being said, though, here's a random theory just to throw it out. Then, could the winemakers have made it poisoned in the first place? It makes more sense than for other people to come in to disrupt the operation if it already was poisoned.
There's more we don't know than that we do at this point. Once we start interrogating our prisoner, we might find out more.
Something to keep in mind. It's a little strange to have the situation that we just walked into. But
Agreed.
anyway, shall we?
As you're investigating these casks, the balcony creaks, drawing your eye to a wild-looking figure hunched over the westernmost cask, who is in the middle of pouring a flask of thick syrup into it. And she wears a gown made of animal skins and a headdress with goat horns, and their hair is long and unkempt. Suddenly you see something skittering across the floor. And it's like another discarded vial. And so there's this wild-eyed figure. Doop. Give me a second here.
Curiosity, would I know in character that many druids are immune to poison?
I mean, you can make a check on that. I don't know if that would be like history or nature. Or...
My history is much better than my nature, if you'll
Yeah,
allow that.
go ahead for history.
26. I'm rolling really well for once.
Yeah, you do know of druid tribes that are known for their immunity to various poisons.
I will share that with the group and point out that that might mean that these druids might have used that immunity as something of a failsafe. If other people did manage to get back in here and take their stuff, they might use the poisoned wine as a way to get back at them or take back over.
Fair enough. So for this person then that's on the second floor there, should we
That
do
I'm
something?
having a hard time revealing. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I don't know where this is in my hierarchy of tokens.
No worries. But I guess this is all to say, stop right there. Stop right there, whoever you are. And then
Where are you?
tries to make a run for the top.
That's not where you are. That's where you are. Okay, move you there. Close that. Close that. Close that. There we go. Sorry, so what are y'all doing?
So Tiki
Yeah,
just
so there's this wild-eyed creature. He was over the westernmost cask, pouring into it. It looked like Dratari was stepping up the steps to approach this person.
yeah, just like, wait, hang on. It basically just forgetting the whole fact that it's probably a druid, just saying like, hold on, the cask is poisoned, kind of thing.
They're just gonna like look at you wild-eyed and winter, sprinter, and start heading this direction towards this western door.
Go after the.
I'm going to go ahead and cast Comprehend Languages, which will last for an hour on myself, and it will make anything I hear. It will make it so that I understand anything I hear.
As they're exiting the door, everybody else would hear just absolute nonsense gibberish. But they're saying, "Gotta get back to Yester Hill for Winter Splinter," and then yeah, they're heading out.
Okay. I guess as we're still chasing after, do you want to tell us what he said, or?
I will share as we run. They're trying to get somewhere for something. Yester Hill for Winter Splinter. I'm not sure how well that translated. The spell only does literal translation. It's not doesn't give me the intent behind the words.
Jesus,
So they're
reveal,
making
please.
Vine for some sort of religious holiday, like Winternacht kind of deal.
That's possible.
So should we continue trying to deal with them, or are we should we pursue at this point?
I don't think he's exactly one of the vintners here.
All right, you're in the lead,
Sorry,
so if
this
you don't mind
reveal
getting the ball.
tool is having a very difficult time.
No worries.
Please just reveal. I swear to God, I'm clicking in the dead center of that.
No worries.
Reveal, please.
If it's like an area that you have to highlight, try zooming in more.
It's not that. I think it might be that I'm accidentally revealing the wrong layer.
Oh, gotcha.
Is that that was the problem? I was revealing the wrong layer.
Oh, gotcha.
Jesus Christ, sorry.
No, you're good.
Do I know which way this dude went?
To the south. And this turret contains a stone spiral staircase. The windows in the outer wall allow light to enter, and the staircase goes up and down.
As Manu goes down, Jatari just peeks over the edge here just to make sure that there's no one else here.
Yeah, make a perception check.
All right. 9 plus 0.
Doesn't look like anybody's around.
Okay. Does this area get revealed at all or no?
If I could reveal the right thing.
No worries.
Yeah, it's just more of a hall. There is another spiral staircase at the end of it, and then there's several doors. To your immediate north, that door is ajar.
And just make sure, is this going up and this going down, or are they both going down?
That one appears to just go down.
Okay. I'll follow Manu then.
And I'm sorry, Manu, the staircase you're at also only goes down. I was incorrect when I told you it goes up also.
Okay. Well, it just sounds like I'd end up back down there, but I'll go ahead and follow that down.
And I guess it goes down even farther. Unless do we see?
Yeah, and yeah, this creature is kind of trying to book it, and is going to look around next to Sunny, and or Stormy rather, and try to book it across and out this door. Stormy would get an attack of opportunity.
All right, and I'm going to use. I'm gonna try to grapple them. Can I do that as an attack of opportunity? Okay.
I actually don't know if you can do that, but I just rolled a natural 1. Any other forever DMs know if there's a precedent? Can you grapple as an attack of opportunity?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I figured you could.
Any time that you would be making an attack roll, you can substitute your
I just
grapple
I attack
attempt instead.
with no weapon. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you got this guy kind of just like arm locked. They're trying to scramble to get out the door, scraping. They're holding kind of this large gnarled wooden staff.
Nice. By the way, if anyone needs any grappling in the future, I have +9.
Nice.
Acrobatics is my highest skill. Oh wait, that's yeah. Well, if you use acrobatics or athletics, I figure since it's a small creature, it's okay.
I think that natural one proved that switching out my dice from last time did nothing.
I think that I feel like they probably just ran head first into me, fell on the floor, and I reached down. I was like, "Tag, you're it," kind of vibes. Like I did not take a step.
I love the idea that Stormy has just been standing there the whole time while at least Manu and I were just running all the way around.
I look around for Tegan, who I think I don't see. I'm like, Tegan, we need your spell talking thing.
And
That should
I
still
was
be
following
active, right?
Manu up and down and around. So around the time that Manu comes to the end of the stairs, as will I.
All right. Well, oh, there you are. We need that spell talking thing you do.
Yeah, Tegan, everybody else, what they're hearing is just like the absolute most nonsense gibberish mud mouth. But what Tegan is hearing specifically is that this guy is trying to get out, trying to get to Yester Hill, trying to complete the ritual for Winter Splinter, and definitely not trying to relinquish the staff that they are still clutching.
Can I wrestle the staff away from them?
Yeah, I am going to let Stormy know. This person is very intently focused on completing a ritual for the sake of Winter Splinter, and that staff is apparently a part of it.
Oh, okay. In that case, I tried to wrestle it out of his hand because I have a pretty good athletic skill as well. Since you're kind of busy grappling him, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'll just keep the grapple, and you can try to grab it.
I'd say that would
Jatari,
be
grab
strength
the
versus
staff.
strength. Unless
19 plus 6 or plus 6. Yeah. 19 plus 6, 25.
18 plus 0, so nothing. Or so 18. So yeah, you still
Good.
won.
If you had lost, I was just gonna cut his hand off.
I'm trying to find the specific name of this staff. Come on.
So yeah, with Stormy still grappling the druid, Dratari just rushes in and just yoinks it right out of the hand.
Hold on, I'll be right back. My mom's calling.
No worries.
I'm gonna be dropping artwork for this staff in once Discord starts on this computer.
And now
I
time
don't
to put.
care what's new on Discord.
Oh yeah, we don't have that hand anymore. Speaking of which, right? From that one guy.
What?
Don't
now?
have what?
Oh, you know how there's that one big.
Is Extrosny's arm?
Yeah, didn't we have that for a second?
I don't know if anybody kept that. I thought that was just chopped off.
I had it in an inventory as like an extra thing, but I don't think we have that anymore.
But yeah, as Stormy is kind of wrestling this figure, keeping them locked down, Dratari wrestles this staff out of their arms. It's a pretty gnarly looking thing.
Ooh. Kind of look
Okay.
back to Manu. It's like, is this something that you can use?
I'm not sure. But what I want to do is I want to take my mess kit and use the part that I could use as like a really shallow bowl, and I want to put some of the wine in it, and I want to see if he'll drink it.
Okay. You go up to I'm guessing this westernmost cask. You crack the tap a little bit to pour like a bowl full, and you take it over. And this humanoid that was already struggling in the arms of Stormy begins like seeing you walking over with intent and is struggling even further, specifically trying to make their head look in the opposite direction from you.
I thought that you said that druids are fine with this poison.
I'm going to.
At the very least, many are.
I'm gonna hold it out, and I'm gonna cast command on him, and I'm going to tell him to drink.
What does command do?
I speak a one-word command, and it has to make a. I think it's
They
a
have
wisdom
to.
save.
They do have to understand your word for that one, don't
Oh,
they?
do they?
Right. Yeah. I had it as well as one of my prepared spells, but I got rid of it when I leveled up. But yeah, I think it was something like that. Shoot.
Oh, that's true. Damn. Well, never mind about that.
That being said, the fact that the druid is very obviously not having any of this is probably clue enough that, you know, either A, they're not that kind of druid, or it is for some sort of malfeasance intent, maybe for this ritual of some sort.
Could be part of the ritual, be some form of suicide pact type issue.
Or sacrifice.
All right. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to fill my flask full of some of this wine, so that I just have a pint of poisoned wine.
Okay. You can mark on your character sheet you have a flask of poisoned wine.
Oh, so what happened with the little critter dude?
You're still wrestling, and Manu filled the bowl full of the poisoned wine and tried to put it under the face of the druid, who was very much resisting not wanting to drink it at all. And that's about where we are.
Maybe
Oh,
we
this
should.
is a druid. I don't know why, but I like had the art zoomed out, and it looks like it's a little tiny stick monster. So I just assumed it was like a 2-foot tall little like twigling, and then I zoomed in and it's this like grown ass old man. Okay.
I mean, maybe we should just knock him out and stick him in the toilet with the other guy.
I would
I
recommend against putting him in the same cell as the other one, but I
Yeah,
agree
we don't
with
want them to be able to talk to each other
yeah,
or help each other.
exactly. But it seems like there's a cupboard to the right behind us that we could probably use. Is that actually a cupboard? Now I say that.
It is a cupboard with a door to right outside.
Oh dang. Okay, I thought it was like its own separate cupboard. We'll figure that out in a moment.
Did we take his staff away?
Oh yes, we have it right here.
Oh yeah, that happened before I even left. Okay.
But in that case, shall we knock him out?
Yeah, we might as if you want to question this guy too.
can be. I thought the point of it was that we can hear what he says, but as far as communication back, doesn't really work.
If we do take a long rest, I do have tongues, which could allow for communication. I just don't have it on me right now.
No
We can
worries.
tie this one up too, and then kind of wait however long we want. Now that we've got this place under control.
Yeah, well, we should still look around.
far
There
as
might
we
be
know.
more. There
Yeah,
might be more
exactly.
dudes.
So
So-
maybe we tie this one up, knock them out, and then continue clearing the rest of the house.
Yes.
Or the manor.
And did you say that this eastward barrel here is empty? At least that's what it looks like in the picture, but I don't know if that's the intent.
Yeah, let's throw them in the barrel.
That's just a lid on it. For
Oh,
some
okay.
reason, in this artwork, like, if I show the attic, it shows all of the lids on. But
I see.
if I show
How so
like just the
bizarre.
regular floor, it doesn't uncover that western one. I should mention that this western one does have a good like chip in it.
Okay. So
Yeah,
in that
I
case,
think-
Or sorry,
throw
this
the-
eastern one that's covered that has, eastern one that has good chip in it.
maybe
Alright, well, in
we can use one of these barrels as a means of, tying him up in a way. Double lock, as we called it for the other place, for the outhouse.
There's also plenty of railings along this staircase here, and yeah, plenty of places to stash and tie something down.
Okay.
Stormy says, the best prison is the prison of the mind, and then takes the ball peen hammer out and clonks him on the back of the head with it. Not with the ball peen end, but like sideways, like a hammer slap. I'm not trying to break the skull too much, but
Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack.
yeah, that's an old orcish idiom. I mean, I guess it's not an idiom. Just saying.
Never to kill, sir. Only to maim or seriously injure.
Wait, what was I rolling?
Just an attack roll.
Oh, attack roll. Okay.
I'm not sure if you're proficient with hammer.
So I was actually gonna ask if I could count it as a 2-pound light hammer, which is like a 1d4.
Yeah, sure, if that's already statted
Okay.
in.
Yeah, that's like as long as you count it as that item, that's like a traditional weapon item. Then I will use it that way. So it's 10 plus 6, 16
That
to
hits.
hit. All right. Clonk. What does that do?
It hits him in the back of the head, and he's like, "What the hell is that?" And Tegan hears, "Oh, you motherfucker! I just can't wait to get out of here." And yeah, it doesn't knock this person immediately unconscious, but they are gonna use an action to try to escape grapple. And they're gonna roll a natural 4, so I don't think, regardless of what you roll, that's gonna do anything.
Also, just realized I do have sleep again, just level 1 versus level 2. If that might help.
I would hold on that until it's already been bludgeoned somewhat.
Alright.
Oh yeah, I should have rolled for damage too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then it would've-
Basically, hold off on that until it's
Yeah.
blatantly been bludgeoned, and for that matter, as a kind of if it does manage to escape.
Good point.
Yeah. All right. Well,
So-
that first bludgeon did 4 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah,
Should be.
still very much conscious and angry, and took an action to try to escape your grapple, but could not.
Stormy briefly looks around and sees if anyone else is going to act, and if no one else acts immediately, she's holding the hammer like she's about to do it again, kind of like, anyone gonna stop me?
And then at that point, Jatari just kind of rolls her eyes and then just, not even using a hammer or anything, just, full on punches to try to help.
Okay,
with
roll
Falcon.
to hit.
Falcon punch.
Spirit Frog Punch.
Would we have advantage since they're grappled and like can't move?
I would
No?
say Rotari does, but you would not, because I feel like
Yeah.
the holding
That's
still advantage would be canceled out by you being the still holder.
Totally get it. Yeah.
So if we're gonna render him unconscious, we can just probably fast forward to beating him unconscious.
Well, I mean, that's what we're doing, right? At
Well,
this point.
Yeah, I'm. If that's what you're doing, I'm not gonna sit here and have you roll for damage for 4 points of damage at a time.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can just
let's-
tell me that that's what you're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's just beat him
I'd like-
unconscious and
I'd
shove
like
him
to
in the toilet
beat
so
this
we can keep
druid
looking around.
unconscious.
So we have the scene from Shaun of the Dead where you're just like in a musical number hitting this guy. And yeah, after a while, just like stop resisting. Tegan hears a few choice druidic swear words directing at y'all. But yeah, you over the course of about a minute of beating this guy senseless, they are not moving anymore. I'm sure Tegan can rush in and make sure that this person is still breathing and stable.
Mm-hmm. That I do.
But yeah, you are in this kind of wine staging area. You have discovered that all this wine has been poisoned, and you've apprehended the culprit. Yeah.
And yeah, as a side note, Jatari feels very dirty for having to do that. But at that point, it so does not want to fight anymore after what we had to deal with a second ago. It's like, fine, let's just get this done.
It's a little too early for a break, but I have to pee and refill my drink. Are y'all cool with me stepping away for like 90 seconds?
Yeah,
Sure.
no, I need to grab a drink as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away and be right back.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's all good.
When in doubt, just beat and repeat. like to imagine at least one of y'all were getting tired during like the minute it took to do that, and it's just like slaps. And it's just like diminishing return, just like 3 damage, 1 damage.
Well, I will say that Tegan just kind of stood back and watched it happen while kind of waiting to provide medical assistance as necessary. Seeing as how with my, -2 strength mod, I would be more likely to hit Stormy than the actual target and still deal no damage if I did.
What?
Like-
What was that?
Just describing the awkward situation of just like lightly smacking somebody to unconsciousness.
I like the idea of lightly smacking someone to unconscious. Just, yeah.
So yeah, I've got purify food and drink, and I can do that as a ritual, so I don't have to use spell slots to fix the wine.
Oh, nice.
But I also have, like I said, I have tongues, so I can
And-
communicate. But I also have zone of truth, so I can probably make him tell the truth.
And on top of that, I can do calm, but I need to do a long rest because that's a 2nd level spell, and I've used both of them.
Oh no, yeah, I need the long rest too. I'd have to change out my spells. I don't have any of that stuff prepared.
Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah. Hopefully, once we're done here, we can just go back to the camp.
Yeah, we'll beat up this dude and tie him up and shove him in the toilet, and then finish looking around to see if there are any other stragglers.
Well, like I was saying, maybe it might be better to put him into like an empty barrel or something like that. That way, you don't have 2 of them in the same outhouse, like conversing with each other, maybe making a plan.
I mean, theoretically, they're both unconscious.
Sure, but also, okay, yeah, good point.
Yes, but if we want to do something like take a short rest or take a long rest, if they are unconscious but stable, then after 1 hour they will pop up to 1 hit point and conscious. So
I actually think putting him in a barrel is a good idea. We could shove this dude in a barrel and hammer the lid closed.
Well, we have a hammer.
He seems
I would
like
recommend against doing that without at least poking some air holes for him, though.
There's a cork hole. He's got
Yeah,
air.
for the where you put in the tap.
We'll just give him the little cork hole. We'll take that out. He's got air.
Oh, my little tap.
Oh no, Scout! I think we've already given him enough taps. All right. So are we all good with that plan then? Of which one do we want to do? Barrel or bathroom? That's a terrible.
We can shove him in a barrel and stick it by the bathroom. That way, they're both in the same space or in the same.
And then we
area.
tie the bathroom or the back barrel to the bathroom.
I don't think he's gonna go anywhere. We don't need to tie the barrel down.
I'm good with that plan.
Yeah, this eastern large vat is an empty barrel. Or if you're trying to squeeze him in one of the more like 30-gallon size.
Yeah, like one of these
Excuse
one of these casky ones there.
You're gonna try to okay. You are going to pretzel this guy into a barrel. I'm gonna say make a general dexterity check to see how well you could shibari this guy in bondage into this barrel.
Should we be doing the dexterity check, or should or should he be doing the dexterity
Well,
check?
Manu, I imagine, whoever is tying this individual up.
Oh no, I meant should the druid be doing the dexterity check?
Well, he's
the druid
unconscious,
should
so
be
he can't
unconscious
really...
check. Yeah.
Oh no, I know. I'm just being facetious on that one.
Well, that's not bad. I actually rolled a 17.
Nice.
Yeah, it actually looks kind of interesting too. You got like the open lid of the barrel. You kind of just like wedged it off and kind of doubled this guy over and kind of slid him into the barrel. And you've made this kind of knot work around like the ankles and wrists and kind of lashed that down around like the bottom side of the barrel with like kind of this spider web like pattern. It's high art, but you are pretty confident that this figure is securely bound
Okay,
in place.
and then roll the barrel out, out by the outhouse. So we just have them kind of over there.
Okay.
And I also make sure that the cork is out for Tegan's sake.
Yeah, that too. I mean, we don't want him to suffocate. He's an important prisoner.
Well,
It's a V.
you got
he
this
is
guy
literally a
in the
VIP.
barrel, not over the barrel, but similar positions.
He is our VIP, our very important prisoner.
Yeah, and and then we can just roll him back to camp later.
We should probably
Okay.
get another barrel for the other guy then, but that's for
Nah.
later.
Nah, we don't need another barrel. Is there a way to go down here, or is this just a wall?
Yeah, there's a door there.
Okay.
Yeah, just covering all the bases, checking all the doors.
By the way, is there a way that we can tell that all the barrels here are poisoned, or is it just the main 4 vats? Or is there even a way for us to tell without opening every single one of them?
There is a way to tell, but we would have to take a long rest first. Then Manu could do so.
No worries. Let's just not vary by the
Am
10th moment then.
When you reset your spells on long rest, detect poison and disease as a first level cleric.
Oh,
Tech-
yeah.
And also, if it came to that, or if Manu had other priorities for spell selection, then I could.
I could basically cover all of our bases so far with spells that I have.
Oh, no, you already have.
Because cleric.
I know, it's so versatile. Who knew?
Those of y'all stepping into the southernmost room, you see a dirty window in the south wall allows dim light to enter this room. Wine bottles are manufactured here, as evidenced by the tools lying about. The wooden rack full of freshly blown glass bottles along the south wall, and the hearth built into the southwest corner, and the barrel of sand standing next to it. There's a staircase descends underground, and between it and the rack of bottles stands a barred door.
Utari, just in case, takes one of the bottles and, kind of in the same vein as Manu, grabs a phial of the poisoned wine, just in case.
Okay. You can mark off a bottle of poisoned wine on your character sheet.
Is this the first staircase that we've seen that would go down into a basement?
No,
there was
the
one over
corner-
here.
Yeah,
Also
correct.
did. That one went up and down.
Double
Okay.
basement.
Do we want to first finish off this first floor then? I think
Yeah,
there should be another door this way.
yeah. Floor by floor. Let's not go too crazy.
There is not a door, I believe, where Dratari is, but there is a door there.
Oh, okay, right here then.
I definitely agree with this plan. Out of curiosity, now that we've dealt with that one individual, do I still hear any other movement in the house other than us?
You still do hear, like, it seems like a small roost of ravens, kind of around the rafters and stuff. But you're not, catching, at least from where you are, other non-avian, inhabitants of this dwelling. Well, but In this hallway, there's a turret that has a sloping wooden floor that spirals from the cellar to the upper levels. Scratch marks suggest that barrels are rolled up and down the ramp on a routine basis.
And what is this over here? Just like a slide that you push the barrels down?
Yeah, it's like a ramp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
for
there's
moving the
probably there's probably the aging cellar down in the bottom.
That would make sense. So, it looks like we have one more room here. Looks like it should connect back to the garage. Let's give her a look before we go downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, my accent is going more Irish now. Thank you.
Oh wow, it is a garage.
Who knew?
Parked in the loading dock is a wagon with 3 barrels set in braces on the bed. A raised wooden walkway runs along the west, south, and east walls. And through a hole in the ceiling, you see a wooden arm of a loading crane with ropes and hooks dangling from it.
Is there a way that Jatari could like maneuver these barrels so that I can at least open up the cork end of it? See if we can smell it, kind of thing.
Make an investigation check.
All right. There we are. Rolled under. 7. I mean, I think I'm actually a -1 for investigation, so it'd probably be a 6, but let me double check. Yep, no, -1, 6.
Yeah, you're not really seeing access to the inside. These seem to be sealed barrels.
I still wouldn't trust him for right now, but let's keep a note of the barrels already in the cot.
Is there anybody hiding underneath this walkway, like how the druid was hiding up on the other thing?
Make an investigation check.
9.
It seems like it's too skinny for a humanoid to be under there. Maybe a raccoon or something,
Okay.
but that doesn't really seem like a crawl space for...
It looks like we have only one room left. Mm-hmm. Hopefully there's no one in here.
Hopefully, with any luck.
As we look out to the absolute graveyard that we left behind outside of the winery.
So...
It's okay, we can stack them all up and burn them later. It's just wood, mostly.
I was gonna say, what do you call the druids? Last I checked, they once made of wood.
Tegan, beyond these barn-looking doors, you do hear a little bit of rustling.
Before we open these doors, I should let you guys know that there is some kind of movement within this room.
I'll go first then, I suppose.
Sure. I will prepare Sacred Flame in case something attacks.
Dankeschön. I kick open the door.
There's very startled horses that did not like the sudden entrance that you just made.
Oh.
So some very loud protesting neighs in your direction.
Sorry, little friends. We did not mean to alert you.
Yeah, I'll try and calm them down a bit.
Does anyone have mount handling?
I will both cast guidance and help with that, since yes, I do have animal handling.
Ooh, very nice. And hey, maybe we can... Actually, no, it is a winery. They probably still need theirs. Also, wait, the horse is named Hess? What are they planning to do with these horses?
So with the guidance and the help, it is 22 total.
Yeah, you definitely are able to get both these horses to calm down. I feel like the one on the left, especially, really like nuzzles its face and nose up into you for a good cuddle.
Oh.
And they seem to be very happy and content horses after your interaction with them.
I'll give him a pat, and then we can go.
Oh, glad that the horses are good. Anyways, so, I guess the question is downstairs or upstairs?
We've already done a little bit of upstairs. We could just finish that off.
Good
At
plan.
this,
Also,
at,
easier
at,
to-
at the same time, though, we know that several things from upstairs came out and jumped down. So we've already kind of at least partly dealt with the upstairs. I feel like if there is, and I'm saying this all in character, I feel like if there is anyone else that we've missed, they're more likely to be downstairs, and if we're upstairs when they do come up to the ground level, we might miss them and they would escape.
So downstairs then.
That's what my opinion is.
As a side note, though, if they were upstairs and they ran while we were downstairs, wouldn't we have the same issue?
The things, if things are upstairs, when we go up there, they can do the same thing that they did when they attacked us, where they just run out the windows and escape anyway.
Hmm.
The,
Definitely.
there seems to be only one solution.
Don't you know?
I
You
got
never
you.
split the party.
Oh, come on! We killed all of these guys. If there's anybody left, I'm sure two of us could take it on.
By the name of Hypnotoad himself, no. I actually remember what the name of my god is so that I can actually use it more often. But yeah, no, I'm with Tegan. Let's just go downstairs then.
I am electing to go upstairs.
I'll go upstairs too. You know what? I'll guard the middle. I'm not gonna guard the middle. I'm gonna go downstairs because I don't want to miss the action out of character.
Fine.
Okay.
Bye, Manu.
Let's go.
That, and let's face it, our track record so far has been things like we go into the basement and find one vampire spawn, or we go into a basement and we find a bunch of skeletons. And regardless of how bad we are after the fight, we win the fight. Our track record with going upstairs is running into
It's
a
bad.
bunch of vampire spawn and
Also the
getting punked.
We had that whole hag debacle while we were on the stairs, and Manu smoked the whole place out.
Yeah, and then there was the fight started upstairs, but ended up going up and down and up and down and up and down with the shadow demon thing that was possessing the kid.
Up and down and out the window and.
I feel like our track record with going down is better than.
Wait, before we go down, I think we can have this discussion in character that we keep getting stuck on stairs. We need to just book it to the bottom and all get in the room as fast as possible so we're not stuck in a line.
Good point.
So it sounds like Tegan, Stormy, and Dratari are going downstairs, and Manu is defiantly going upstairs.
Yes.
I suppose so.
Manu's taking care of business.
Every day. Thank you for that.
So yeah, there's this hall here. There's a couple windows that look out to the west, and then there's on the northern end of this hall. There's a door that's ajar, and another hall that stretches to the east.
All right, with my weapon ready, I'll look into this room here first with the ajar door.
And
One second.
in this chamber are a desk, a chair, a tall wooden cabinet, and a strange contraption that takes up most of the northern end of the room.
That's weird. Is this for printing labels?
That's a pretty good guess.
That's the only guess I got.
Well, especially now that the rest of us are downstairs.
I'm not really gonna go in. I'm just gonna kind of peek in. Just kind of peek in these doors, and then I'll go back downstairs. Just kind of give it a once over through into these rooms here.
These first two are just like two pairs of bunk beds that occupy the room, and then four identical foot lockers. And then the third one, that room contains a rectangular table surrounded by 8 chairs, an L-shaped cupboard, and a floor-to-ceiling closet pantry. And next to the pantry is a small iron stove.
Does any of this stuff look like it's not used for making wine?
I mean, the 2 bedrooms don't look like they're used.
Well,
for
I meant
wine.
in this room over here.
Looks
They're
like
used
it's
for
used for
making-
dining. Yeah, this looks like a used dining room, like a family's dining room.
Oh, okay.
And oh wait, okay, so there is a door over here then, as well to this empty space.
Correct.
Okay.
There is, but I feel like I'm getting too far away and it's making me uncomfortable, so I'm gonna just join with the others after they investigate a bit.
Okay.
Meanwhile, oh,
Yeah, I'm assuming you were taking these stairs down.
yeah.
I would have taken those.
And I think, yeah, at that point we probably would have. I don't think it would be quite in character for Jotari to take down the slide down to the barrel room. So yeah, I think we all probably went this way.
Wooden pillars and beams support the 10-foot high ceiling of this ice-cold cellar, which is split in two by a 5-foot thick brick wall. A thin mist covers the floor. Each half of the cellar features an 8-foot tall wooden partition that doubles as a wine rack. The western rack stands empty, but the eastern one is filled with various wine bottles.
To confirm, is this going down more, or is this one going back up to the first floor?
Yeah, you came down. There's no more down
Okay.
in any of these stairs. Any of these stairs or ramps are going up.
Okay, just want to make sure. Jesus, cold in here. Let's just make our investigation and get out. Way too cold.
The cellar is markedly colder, Dratari, as you skirted by the northern wall.
Just to make, I'm not so sure about this whole vine making business, but isn't it kind of weird for it to get colder at this point? Actually, in that regard, she then uses the, oh, give me a second to remember the actual name of it, but the detect good and evil.
Loved
Yeah,
that
you're
game.
not
Divine
picking
sense.
anything
Oh,
up.
haha.
You're not picking anything up off of that.
Ah, pity. Yeah, nothing demonic or celestial here, I suppose, but it's still bloody cold. Tegan, do you happen to hear anything more of interest, or?
Do I?
Yeah, from down here, you're not really detecting anything. I think you probably hear what you would imagine to be mice or rats, maybe on the opposite side of this stone wall here. But as far as bigger anything, you're not really detecting.
And would I know anything about the temperature and how normal or abnormal that is for?
Make an Arcana or a Nature check.
Where did Arcana go? There it is. Nat 1.
Yeah, you know wine do like be cold in cellar. So it good that this cellar cold.
I think I hear something that sounds like rodents behind some of the walls. Maybe, but nothing of note, Tratari.
Dotari just leans in against this wall for a second, just to see like if something would happen. Especially since I'm guessing like it's super cold against the wall.
Yeah, and like the armor that is in contact with the stone has like an immediate like frosted almost like not like extreme, but it's definitely like that wall is radiating some colds.
Jumps back and just going, guys, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was so cold out there that it should be this freezing along this wall. Is there something that we should do? Like, is this some sort of druid magic to make it even super colder or something like that?
Cast detect magic.
Oh, hang on. Let me see if I actually do have that on hand. I mean, yeah, do not
Yeah, you're
have
not
detect
detecting
magic.
anything magical.
Sorry, what was that, Paul?
Tegan was not detecting anything magical from casting detect magic.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant for me to cast it. Okay.
No, it doesn't seem to be. I see no auras put up by any magical spells or effects.
So it's not good or evil. It's not magic.
It might just be something like permafrost peat or something. I don't know. But
I'm not familiar with that god. I'll have to ask you that later.
I just mean it seems like it's not magical.
No, I know. That is definitely something that you would say, though. Anyways, let's continue the investigation into the second room. See, just to be thorough about it.
Yeah, it's much like the western side of the room, except for this wine rack is full to the brim with wine bottles, whereas the wine rack on the western side didn't have so many.
Is this room just as cold as the first?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, unless if you guys have any other ideas, I suppose we can just get going. Cause
And Mono, you would be down here by now.
Okay.
oh hey Manu, how was the second floor?
Well, I didn't explore it all. I did start to feel that kind of pang of danger, so I only explored a few rooms.
Pang of danger here? Why would you fear that? But anyways, would you have any knowledge about why this place is so cold as it is?
Uh, is it just the whole place, or like what's going on?
Yeah,
Like
you step
specifically
into
up
this
here.
room and it's immediately like a good 10 or 15 degrees colder than it was upstairs. And you also notice if you step to the north a little bit, the temperature does shift downwards by a couple more degrees.
So it's like right here, like on that wall.
Yeah, along the northern wall is where the
Okay.
cold is radiating from.
Yeah, as soon as I touched
I
it, the armor got all permafrosted.
I could try and uh I could try and get an omen about a kind of a course of action. Like if you want to investigate the wall and see if it's, I could maybe see if it's good or bad if we do.
Well, I already did the like trying to detect good or evil, and it didn't really come up with anything.
Well, it's just a wall. Why would it be good or evil?
You haven't seen walls like I have. They have eyes. But
The
if you want to
helping
go ahead.
hands from
Some of
Labyrinth.
them
If
take up to 50 hits to destroy.
if you guys
Unless you're a
don't
siege
mind,
creature.
if you don't mind waiting, it'll take me 11 minutes to ritually cast augury, and let's see.
I've
And
waited a lot longer for a lot less.
I have like these notched fish bones that I use for the spell. I kind of just toss them like you would toss normal stones or sticks or anything.
Do we want to go with that, or do we want to explore the second floor to get as a group, just to get this done, and we can come back here and figure out what's going on, if we want to? Because I do feel like there is something there with this northern wall here, but I mean it's a wall, so it should still be here by the time we get back.
That and
Unless
I feel like checking the upstairs for anything else is a more useful purpose because we can always go and talk to the Wizard of Wines and his family and see if this chill is normal and if they know what's up with it.
oh, like maybe they just made the cellar colder for the vine. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, let's go with that plan then.
Yeah. So could I just give the wall a quick once over just to look at it a little bit and see if there's anything odd?
Yeah, make your choice
Yeah.
between a perception or an investigation check.
21 perception.
Nice.
You do kind of walking end to end and tracing kind of that U shape that intersects this room into two. Kind of on the most southern tip, you notice on your bare tortoise feet a draft coming from under. There's like a crack in between the top of the floor and the bottom of the wall.
I thought this was a very strange cellar that it would have just a wall dividing it like that. That's just that doesn't it didn't seem natural to begin with. But there is there does appear to be a kind of like what we found in the Lady Walker's place on that wall. I guess it just kind of opens up. But I
Oh,
don't
so
want to
you
be
think
the one
there's
to
an
do it. But I don't want to open it. Someone else can.
Is there an obvious door or something like that to push against?
I mean, there's a wall.
Okay.
You could push against it.
just give it a push, or maybe lift, or yeah.
I try to push it. Jatari tries to push against the wall.
Yeah, it takes some effort to push open the secret door, and you are greeted by just a blast of cold air. A dark tunnel stretches for 15 feet, ending at an archway beyond which lies a shallow cave.
I don't like that. No.
Do 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 do.
Yeah, by all means, someone else can go. I don't want to. I don't really feel like going into the dark cave.
I will step in with light on the end of my staff.
I
You up.
oh,
Going in.
actually, I try to peer in. I do have dark vision first and foremost. Do I see?
So, Dratari, every step you take, it just gets colder and colder and colder. And then you get to kind of
Every step that
the
you
other
take is
end
another mistake.
the other
You've
end of this
become so
archway,
numb.
and you look around, and you really can't see anything except for cave, like rock walls that are slick with like brown slimy muck. Make a nature check.
All right. It's a 2. I'm pretty sure I'm even negative for that, so I'm probably sure that's probably a dirty one.
Yeah, it just looks like a nasty slimy cave.
It's also double check, but yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Do they keep barrels in there?
Yeah, that's that's a dirty negative one. That's a dirty one. No. I can't see anything else from here. Is this where the cave ends?
Yeah, and after spending more than a few seconds, you start to get alarmingly cold. In fact, as you're getting close to the wall, make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. 13. 1 second. Where's Constitution? +1, so 14. Or yeah, for the saving throw, yeah, +1. 14. Hello.
14 points of cold damage you take as
Jeez.
just like being in this cave surrounded by these like slimy brown cave walls are just like radiating off such an intense cold that it starts to freeze your skin a little bit.
Okay. In that case, I start.
And that was a successful save.
Should I
Jeez.
make what check should I make to know about brown slime, brown mold in character?
Arcana or nature.
1 second. Let's take off 14 and then immediately run backwards, please.
Actually, no, it's pretty non-magical, so I'd just say nature.
Okay.
It's just the natural properties of it.
So that would make that a 21 instead of a 24.
Yeah, you know all about Brentwold. You're, in fact, a little bit embarrassed that you didn't catch it right away when you were just, like, in Cold Cellar.
Well, I mean, it's not like we actually saw any of it beforehand. It seems...
Yeah, they got it tucked away behind the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as Stratari comes peeling back out, having gotten a bit frosty, Tegan will start explaining, well, it seems as if they made a separate cavernous chamber in order to keep a bunch of brown mold in order to actually maintain the cold temperature of their cellar.
And in the corner, just Dratari is like slightly shivering, just need warmth, please. I'm going to just I need warmth. So are we good here? Do we need to worry about this mold, or are we good? Is secret wall?
We'll ask them about it just to see if it's on purpose, because I mean that is kind of smart.
Yeah, and it's not like the brown mold will move much unless there's heat sources to cause it to move towards them.
So cold. So cold.
Yeah, let's just close the door up and head back
Yeah,
upstairs.
let's just go. Wow, 14 damage on a successful save.
Yeah, it was 29 otherwise.
Wow, I would have been dead.
Jeepers.
And actually, at that point, I then just do what is it called? I know that I have a level 1 healing spell to use it myself. I use. No, where art thou? Well, going up the stairs and trying to just get warm. I think it's Cure Wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cure Wounds. On myself with a 1d8.
Plus your charisma.
And there was one more room upstairs. I think one more, but there was a room upstairs that I hadn't looked in.
Oh, okay.
All
What,
four of
let me
you this
focus-
time heading upstairs?
6 plus 3 for my charisma, up plus 9 at least.
Say again, Paul.
So all four of you this time
Yes.
going upstairs?
And Jatari just like stiffly walking upstairs, still very frozen.
And I didn't look in any of these rooms. I didn't search them. I just looked in to make sure there wasn't anything here. And but then I mean you can see the last room is all the way down the hall, and it's really kind of like really far. So I just kind of felt I kind of felt like I was getting farther than arm's reach. So I came back.
No worries. Should we take the... wait, is this a door as well over here?
Yes.
Okay. Which door would you recommend then? This one or this one, Manu?
I don't think it matters too much.
And I am so sorry, but I have to pee again.
No worries.
Right back.
It gives me an excuse to grab a drink.
Yeah, that is totally fine.
Got to stay hydrated.
So sorry. We are upstairs. Y'all are just trying to give these rooms that Manu previously explored a better one. Or, I'm sorry, Dratari was asking about these doors.
Yeah, I think we were
Yeah.
just gonna start going through here first, and then if we can, we'd make our way around that way.
Although before I do, I cast one more Cure Wounds just to try to get myself up a little bit higher.
Also, this staircase here does that go up?
It's like just up a couple feet. It's not like up a whole nother floor. It's like
Oh.
so these stairs go from the ground up to this kind of like deck that kind of loops around, and then the actual door here is like 18 inches higher than the deck here, hence why there's a couple stairs here.
Okay. What this little spiral staircase here below the dining room?
That one goes down.
Oh, okay. I don't remember seeing a staircase down there.
Yeah, it was in the first room you went into.
But this room that just got revealed, you see parked in the loading dock is a wagon with the 3 barrels that you already saw, and the raised wooden walkway that runs along the west, south, and east walls.
Oh, that's how they do it. That's cool.
Very clever.
Uh,
I like that.
And yeah, this room has it's a wooden floor with a 10-foot square hole cut into the middle of it. Looming over the hole is a wooden winch. Yep.
Cool.
Oh, that's neat.
Anything else to glean from the winch or the whole setup?
I mean, it's just for the barrels. I guess yeah, it's just for the barrels.
Fair enough. I suppose we do have one more room then. So I suppose that it's cool.
Yep, let us go into that room. Okay, maybe not.
Oh. And now let's go into the room.
Before we go into that room, I'm gonna go ahead and just give Dratari one more cure wounds just to help out a little.
Thank you.
It's only 6, but it's better than nothing.
No, honestly, a 6 is good. That brings me up to 30, so.
This room contains a 4-poster bed. Its headboard is carved in the likeness of a giant raven. A soft black rug covers the floor between the bed and the door. In the corners of the south wall stand 2 slender wardrobes with a tapestry of a church hanging on the wall between them. Beneath the tapestry sits a handsomely carved rocking cradle. To the north, under a window, is a plain desk and chair. Other furnishings include a wooden chest and a freestanding mirror in a wooden frame.
Would Jatari recognize at least that church? Or is that. I guess that'd be more of a local one.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask: is the church one that we've seen, like one in Valaki or Barovia or something?
It is the Church of Barovia. Or,
okay.
I'm sorry, it is St. Andrew's Church.
From
Which
Valaki.
Atari has seen from Valaki.
Okay.
Is it quite splendiferous looking?
The church?
Yeah, the tapestry.
It looks well made, if that's what you mean. It's definitely not like bright colors or like a Lisa Frank anything.
No, but like there was a lot of murder at the church recently, and and Valaki in general. So like just kind of looking at it, it's like the good old days.
Yeah, it looks tastefully and respectfully done. It's not like satirical or meant to be mean or anyways.
Okay.
So that's, I mean, unless you want to look around, maybe maybe the druids and the stick people left stuff around.
Good point. Is.
Actually, when I say that, I'm gonna go into this room, and I want to check under the beds, like under the mattresses, and then under the frames, just to see if there's anything left behind uh, by like the druids. Because at the orphanage, though, there was like a symbol etched on the beds, and
Oh yeah.
so I'm kind of looking for like ill omens here.
What did that symbol look like again?
I
Did
don't
we
know.
ever know like what?
And also, what was in this room again?
That's like a dining area. This one that your token is currently in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's like a dining room.
Oh, okay. And also, since this is the first time Jotaro is seeing this, she kind of goes wandering around and then notices the labeling area here. Were there already labels already made?
I mean, make an investigation check.
All right.
Make a rifling through your shit check.
11. Unfortunately, I think that's actually a -1 again. Let me double check though. Investigation. -1. Yeah, so 10.
Yeah, you see labels stacked up in one corner. One says Purple Grape Mash #3, and the other says Red Dragon Crush. And they're all branded with Wizard of Wines Winery.
I take the one that says the Dragon Mash. What's that called?
Red Dragon Crush.
Red Dragon Crush, and puts it as a label onto the poison bottle.
Okay.
You never know when you need a good bottle of poison wine, and when you need to make it look legitimate.
Oh, did you want me to make a check for the beds? I didn't hear if you said.
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check.
12.
Yeah, looking around, other than just like regular, like like the Martikovs have some young children with them, some just like toys and stuff under the beds. Nothing else is really standing out, but specifically since you were looking for, something akin to like what you found in the orphanage with the things etched into the bedposts, you see that this rocking horse over here, it kind of has this like goth spooky like aesthetic to it, and its mane and like kind of the fringes of its like legs are kind of like painted to be fiery, and you see carved into the flank kind of on the saddle there is the name Bucephalus.
Didn't Strahd ride a similar looking horse?
He did indeed.
Like he rode
it's
he rode
not
a
quite so
flying...
wooden, a little more dramatic and grandiose, but
Yeah, it was a full-fledged nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Strahd on a wooden horse flying around. Note to self: reflavor Room of Flying.
If we do find the wooden horse, I still have wooden
What's-
Strahd.
Wasn't
I have
Bucephalus?
my Strahd marionette.
Wasn't that the name of Caesar's horse?
This is Alexander the Great.
Oh.
I mean, if we're going to go with wooden horse, that's also
Wizards
very
of the
Greek, yeah.
Coast, we're so literate.
Huh?
Oh, Wizards of the Coast, aren't we literate?
I only know that it's
Don't
Alexander
we know
the Great
historical
because of
references,
epic
Wizards of the
battles of
Coast?
history.
I'm sorry, but don't you mean Alexander Hamilton? Sorry. Just being silly. Anyways.
Go back to New York, Linwell.
Anyways, while looking around, Jotari kind of pokes her head in here and just tries to see what she missed, essentially. While they were downstairs. But these two rooms were just like bedrooms?
Yes.
Right? Cool. So, are we good here, or what is the plan? It seems like we still have our 2 hostages and some very bad mold, but we'll ignore that for the moment.
Yeah, I think that's everything. We should. Well, we can probably just tell them to come back here, and after we ask them about some of the things like the mold, and tell them about the poison wine.
Indeed. I have a lot of inquiries about said bloody mold.
Oh, What
And-
about these oh, right, those go
Yeah.
down. I'm dumb. Never mind.
Well, I think Paul was saying that it does go slightly up, but not like to another level.
No, it just goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was talking about the stairs in the big fermenting room.
These two are just like
Oh,
little
gotcha.
3-stair,
Oh, I
like
see what you mean.
18-inch risers.
Okay. I missed that entirely. Okay.
So yeah, I think we can collect our prisoners, and unless you want to interrogate them first.
I mean, what's
Well,
the
no,
point
we
of
need
interrogation when we can't
we
do
need
it?
a long rest.
We would
That's right.
want to interrogate them first, but you need to rest to be capable of it.
That is true.
So
And also, before we do, may I make a slight suggestion? We take one of these barrels and stuff the second guy into him. Huh? You know you want to. It'll make transport a lot easier.
I mean, I don't know. He can walk on his own 2 feet.
But we can
But-
also we can also roll them.
Well,
That would
we
be
could.
fundamental.
I mean, we've checked this place up and down, so we could maybe bring them inside and
the
put them in a room they can't get out of.
Oh, actually, before anything else, was the door to the mold room closed?
Yeah, we closed that. We don't want that spreading.
Okay,
yes, we made that a rather emphatic point.
Good.
Um,
Fine.
that said, here's the issue. Druids, as we've seen, are very proficient spellcasters. So normally you'd have to ensure that you have them bound to the point where they cannot use their hands for spell components. They don't have any material spell components or focuses at hand. And you also have to make sure you gag them. But druids specifically have the additional consideration of their shape-shifting abilities.
Oh,
So
and can they? Yeah,
making sure that they are completely bound and all of that as per normal, but still we have to make sure that we keep a guard on our prisoners.
So, to confirm, in order for a druid to shapeshift, do they still need to be able to talk and do the hand movements and all that, or are they? If they can't do either, can they shapeshift?
Character? Yes, absolutely. In character? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, we'll just bound them up as best we can. I'm sure we can find an extra, gagging thing somewhere.
Oh no, actually, since taking that into consideration, we should probably shove them both into barrels.
Okay.
And cork them, but every now and then uncork it so that they can breathe.
Why
maybe
specifically the cork? Like
Or
corking
or maybe just leave them uncorked. Just keep an eye out and make sure they don't like turn into like a bug or something and crawl out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But at the same time, if you gag them and make sure that their hands are behind their back and all that, it should be fine within the battle.
Prefer not
Yeah.
to put them in the barrel, because putting them in the barrel, if they manage to do something to slip their bindings, such as shapeshift into a small form, then shapeshift back into their normal form, and have full spellcasting access again. If
Then
they're
we don't do it
if
in the
they're
battle.
in the barrel and they have the concealment where you don't have line of sight on them to see the trick coming,
Mm.
I would rather not do anything that takes them out of line of sight of being
I see.
guarded.
Well, then
It-
someone
it-
would have to watch them
Day and
every
night.
second of our long rest.
Exactly.
Also,
We're going
to
to have to take
clarify,
shifts.
the one that Manu shoved into a barrel, he had to remove the barrel's lid, and it's kind of like this druid's feet and hands are kind of sticking. The barrel is smaller than this humanoid, so the lid has to be off, and bits of the person is sticking out.
Oh, okay. So we don't
Okay.
have that worry as much. And that being said, it's not like we'll be by ourselves. We do have the others there, as much as you can trust them, I suppose. Because I'm assuming we're taking them to the whatchamacallit?
Well, no, I suggest that to interrogate them ourselves, we should
Oh.
take our long rest here, and hopefully they don't just decide to show up, but we can take our long rest here and then interrogate them afterward.
So what are you proposing? We take them down to the cellar and like ties them up to one of the posts, and then just take turns long resting until we're ready to go.
Prefer
Well,
not
no,
to take them down into the cellar where they
Yeah,
might have health complications due to exposure.
well, I
We'll
don't
stay
think
fresh
that'll
longer.
be really an issue.
Yeah, I'm not saying we take him into the mold room. We only do that when we need interrogate. We all know this. I'm more referring to just the since that's the one room with all those pillars in there.
That's like an outdoor porch. It's just like a covered porch.
Wait.
This room that kind of most of your tokens are standing in with 3 barrels, which, by the way, those aren't wine barrels. Those are like grape smashing barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of like an open veranda type area.
Right, but
that is
Dratari
not
had
indoors.
referenced specifically actually taking them down to the cellar to tie them to those pillars.
Yeah.
I mean, I
That's
don't
what
see a
we were
problem with that.
discussing. I don't like it just from the sake of I don't want
But
to
You think they're gonna
make
freeze
them
down there?
Yeah, if they're already unconscious and then freezing.
But that,
Yeah.
It's not freezing down there. It's just cold down there. It's only like super cold if you go inside the little nook that makes the wall cold.
yeah. Yeah, like sure it's cold in the cellar in general, but it's only like deathly cold in the brown mold room, as far as I'm aware. Is there a way to check that?
I mean, the wall was definitely like 30 degrees or something like that, and then the cave was below freezing, like dangerously
Yeah.
below freezing. But that room in general is like high 30s, maybe 40 degrees. It's not freezing in there,
Okay.
but it is very cold.
And I mean,
And yeah, putting your hand to that north wall is like, below 30 degrees. That's pretty cold.
like
But the ambient room temperature is, like 38, 39.
I'm imagining that if you stick your hand to it, it's like the Snowpiercer movie.
No, not quite.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Another option is to just put them in one of the bedrooms and then
But
stay there.
well, I mean, I would prefer tying them up to something at least.
Well, yeah, they'd be tied up in the bedroom.
Oh, tying them to the bed.
Well, not to the bed, just having them tied up, and then they don't even have to be on the bed. They can be on the floor.
Okay. I'm good with whatever. I mean, as long as we're watching them, they won't change, right? Or do anything clever.
That is the hope.
Secure the arms, hands, legs, and tie the mouth, and keep a sharp eye. That's basically the point, the gist of everything.
All right, I'm good with that plan. If everyone else is, well, what's the plan? We have one person look while everyone else long rests, and
Well,
switch off.
we take the long rest in shifts, so
All right,
one person would watch for so long.
all right, I'm good with that plan. If everyone else is.
Yeah, let's do it.
And also, to be clear, you are only like a quarter mile from where you met the Martikovs.
Oh yeah, but I think the
Yeah,
rest of the
but-
team wants to interrogate them before the Markovs
Okay.
get a hand
Yeah,
on them.
wanna interrogate them in private.
Correct.
I mean, admittedly, Drakatari's just like about the whole thing, but if the rest of the team wants to go with it, I'm down with it.
Yeah. Same.
I mean, Jatara literally just beat a man to a pulp, so unto unconsciousness at least. So say what you will. I think Jatari still has a bit of like PTSD from dealing with all that battle from last session. So all right, so I guess I'll do first shift then.
All right, I'll take the second one.
So yeah, where are y'all camping out? Where are y'all stashing your prisoners?
So I think we're actually in the
I
second
got a
floor
lot of
then.
options, but no definitive.
Yeah,
So
bedroom
we're
or
saying-
basement.
Oh, I thought you guys were wanting to put them in the bedroom. I'm
Yeah,
good with either.
it's an option, but like
I
bedroom or
would-
basement.
I would say master bedroom, just because it's more likely that we'll have more space there, and we can all.
So from here, since I'll do first shift, I'll stand on the Jatari stands at the doorway with essentially both of the prisoners tied to opposite bedposts. That way they're not like going anywhere as well.
Okay, yeah. Just remember, bound hands, bound feet,
And
and
gagged.
gagged.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we have like extra socks and wardrobes to gag people with.
Yeah, and then I guess the rest of us can just like take a bed or something.
And
Actually,
then,
yeah, because Manu, you don't even need a bed, do you? I thought I remember like one of the lore things about you being the fact that you don't even need a bed.
Yeah, I don't need a bed, but I can still sleep in a bed.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I can sleep on the floor. Like I can sleep in this room. I can just like on the floor in my shell.
Gotcha.
Slay knocks everything off the dining table. It was the druids.
Just to be a dick about it. Alright, so I guess just we all go in shifts.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
who's taking,
presumably by this
first
point
watch?
these two chuckleheads are awake now.
Yeah, during the first person's watch, that would happen. Who's taking first watch?
Moi.
All right. Everybody else kind of settles in to try to get a little bit of post-traumatic rest. Make a perception check.
Me?
Yeah.
Or okay. 10 plus. Zero, so yeah, 10.
Yeah, gazing out the window for a while, you're kind of zoning out. You're mostly just seeing, like the mist, especially from the west side, just like creeping in over the landscape. And after a while, I think you forget that you have some captives in there when shortly one after the other begins to come to, and they're just like, after a while of being groggy for a minute, they're just like shaking the bed frame a little bit. In fact, if anybody's sleeping on the bed, that might wake them. But yeah, that's what's going on during your watch.
Okay. Who has second shift again?
That would be me.
All right. I give Manu the status report. I do mention at least the fact that it seems like the mist is rolling in. Don't know if that is something to be concerned about or not. But it looks like our. I mean, technically we're the guests, not them, but you know what I'm referring to. Our VIPs, as it were, very important prisoners, are now awake. So have fun with that.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh, could I see that staff uh that you took off of that guy?
all the stuff, I forgot about that. Sure. Can you glean anything from it?
Uh, not at the moment, but I just kind of want to see it.
You pull it out and hand it over, and this one to the north, who you had disarmed this from, kind of lunges out, forgetting that he is bound, unable to like do much more than jerk in your general direction, but he is glowering at you.
Should we be doing this here or should we wait for later? You know,
Doing
in of the
well.
prisoners at the very least.
Well, I'm just checking out the staff. I'm not doing any of the interrogating or anything.
Enough. Uh, before I'll stay here just a little bit longer while you observe the staff, just in case. And then I'll take my long rest.
Okay. So for a while, I am gonna see if I'm able to attune to it. Um, I'm just gonna kind of like swoosh it around and see if it has any spells and like examine it to see if it's uh to just kind of get a feel for what it's made of and how it feels in my hands.
And while you're doing that, I kind of try to nudge Manu so that, at the very least, I'm between Manu and fellow B here. Like, not shield up, but shield at the ready kind of motion. While still trying to be a little bit out of reach from a pouncing position. Even though he's still tied up.
Manu, over the course of your watch, not going to have you make a perception check because you're not watching. You're kind of spending time with this staff. It's not really long enough. If it's something that requires attunement, this amount of time is not really long enough for attunement to happen. But just swinging it around, you see that it's weighted in a way that it's probably a good hit and stick. But as far as magical properties, without casting a spell or spending more time with it, perhaps it's hard to glean anything else from this item.
All right. I will take some. I'll take all the time I need to try and attune to it if I can during my watch, just so that I can learn about it and if I think it's good for someone else, I'll let them attune to it.
Sounds good. And while he is also working on that, I'll stay for the rest of his watch as well, just to make sure that nothing funny happens. And then I guess we wait until the next shift happens.
I'll go ahead and take that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's probably Manu is obsessively kind of like turning this thing over and over. Dratari's starting to feel like, I'm kind of taking this watch for you.
Yeah.
And probably goes to wake Tegan up. And that's when Manu, you realize you probably have to spend like Tegan's whole watch staying awake to see if attunement is even a thing that can happen with this item.
So I wasn't able to attune to it for my watch.
For the amount of time that your watch took, attunement did not take place.
Oh, jeez.
You could try to stay awake for Tegan's watch.
Yeah, I'll do that and just kind of sit off over here.
And
Okay,
I start having my long rest.
Tegan, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay. 30-20.
Nice.
Yeah, looking over to the grounds, it's starting to get like the sun has set at this point, and it's starting to get late. Mist is swooping in, but looking over the grounds, you're not really seeing any blights or things that go bump in the night, that sort of thing.
Oh, and before Chitari takes her rest, she kind of gives Tegan the 411 the fact that, hey, Manu is, basically just informs her of everything that's going on.
And Manu, during Tegan's watch, you are able to determine some things about this staff, which I've sent you. It looks like you're reading now.
Yes.
But unless Manu starts hooting and hollering about how cool this stick he found is, Tegan would become aware that the end of her watch has come.
Okay.
And now your watch is done.
And last watch would be sunny or stormy.
All right, I'm on watch.
Akshu.
Tegan steps out, taps you up, Stormy. You walk into this bedroom, surprised to see Manu is still awake, just like obsessively looking at the stick that y'all found.
Cool stick, so I get it. All right,
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna sit down with my back against the wall.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check for me, Stormy.
Sure. Plus 0. 14.
Yeah, looking out over the grounds, you're also not seeing anything creeping up on y'all. Seems to be you have pretty good sight lines, at least to the north, east, and west, and you feel relatively safe where you're at.
Also, out of curiosity, for long rest, does that mean that you're actually sleeping or just like resting?
Short rest, I don't think you have to be asleep. Long rest, you gotta sleep for probably at least 6 of those
Yeah,
8 hours.
you gotta sleep
unless
for
you're
a bit.
an elf or something.
Okay. In that case, yeah, definitely still asleep then.
Yeah, I think. Okay, cool. I'm chilling. Manu doesn't look like he wants to talk
While you're
much, so I
there,
just kinda leave him alone.
you, Stormy, you probably noticed this at first and filed this away in the back of your head. Now that you and Manu are the only ones in this room, and Manu looks pretty preoccupied, you are remembering, there's a like what looks like a treasure chest up in this room.
What? Was there?
Oh shit. Yo, okay.
There's definitely a wooden chest that is locked.
If it's this one over here, I'm gonna go check it out and take a look at that lock.
Do you want to make a stealth check if you don't want Manu to notice? Well, he looks like he's pretty distracted, but
Yeah,
if he sees-
I'm just kind of.
I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm doing it out in the open.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and use your thieves tools.
Okay. So to pick the lock, 27.
Yeah, you open it up. Make also a perception check for me, too.
Yeah, that won't be as high. Oh, 17.
Not
Okay,
bad.
cool.
Yeah.
You open the chest, and it does look like a lot of coins in this chest. You also notice that there's a secret compartment in the
Wait,
lid.
I've already yoinked before I've seen what's in.
You've already yoinked what? The coins?
Like I already took everything. I haven't even looked at what's in there, but it just scooped it all into my pack.
Okay, 50 gold pieces, 270 electrum pieces, and 350 silver pieces. And in the secret compartment, a gold locket. And then also a pouch of something.
Alright. I'll look into my bag and I'll sigh and I'll split it into 4 piles and take my pile.
Oh,
And can you repeat what the amount was for all of those?
It was 50 gold pieces, 270 electrum pieces.
Let me write that down real quick. Sorry.
Yeah.
So 50
gold. 270 electrum.
How much electrum? Sorry.
270 electrum.
Okay.
And 350 silver.
What's a quarter of that?
300.
I'm not the math person.
70.
I have a
That'd be
macro
like
set up to
plus,
tell me what time it's
what's
going
the
to be in
number?
15 minutes.
300 what?
350 silver.
Okay. So
I mean, yeah, we have a calculator right here.
oh, that's even better.
87.5. So 87.
And also a locket and a pouch.
Yeah,
I'm
the
going
locket's going to be a
to-
hard one to divide into 4 pieces.
I'm going to not divide those into 4 pieces, and I'm going to take them for myself, and I'm going to examine both of them more carefully.
Okay. The locket contains a portrait of a beautiful woman, and the pouch has 5 gemstones in it. Quick on the spot appraisal, you're thinking these might be like 50 gold pound gemstones.
Cool.
Did you mention what specific type of gemstones?
I did not.
Because
Sunny's
in
not-
any party that has spellcasters, we really like learning about what gems we have access to. Because there's
See,
just too many spells.
It is though that Sunny thinks about gems in a different way first, and that's just as expensive, nice stuff. So she doesn't even care which ones it is, and she's just gonna put those in her bag.
As a side note, I just realized, did we just rob the winery itself and not like the...
Yeah, this is
obviously,
definitely
this
not
wasn't
the
the druid
druids
stuff.
or the blights.
I'm a rogue.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
I'm a con woman.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Okay.
I know you're not looking too closely at the coinage, but you do notice that the mintage is different than you're used to. All of these coins are stamped with Strahd's face on them.
Interesting.
So, are we done with the long rest then, or?
Yeah, I think Stormy is probably feeling really jazzed about the come up that she just found, and is just kind of like chuckling to herself while looking out the window. Looking over the grounds, you don't really see anything to be on the lookout for, and the mist is curling in. I keep forgetting, Manu, I guess you haven't slept yet, but I need you to make a retroactive Constitution save for the last time you spent the night at the Church of St. Andrel.
10 total.
Okay, that's barely
Dreaming
enough.
about them pies.
While you're looking at this stick, make another. I'll also, I don't know how much dream pastry you have in your inventory, but mark off from that night 1/4 of one less than you had before. And let me know if you have any left.
Yeah, I had a whole dream pastry that I hadn't eaten yet.
Okay, then make another con save.
17.
Okay, you're kind of looking out as the like sun's coming down, and you start kind of fiending for you know you got some dream pastry left in your little satchel, and you decide to maybe I'll try a little bit of willpower and put your foot down. It does take some concerted effort, and it does help that you've got this new toy that's kind of occupying your attention. But you do resist the urge to feed yourself another bite of Barovian orphan pastry.
What was that?
But that is
Yeah, that was
coming
a whole
to the end
whole
of
arc before you Jatari was here.
Don't worry about it.
Orphan pastries.
It's not something you need to worry
Stormy,
about.
you're seeing the sun come up from over the horizon, and you feel really good on your chest score, and thinking it's probably about time to wake up your companions.
Hakshu, Hakshu. All right. So yeah, groggily Jatari finally gets up and just like, all right, we had our long rest. So what's the plan with these two? Y'all, y'all seem more intent on your interrogation, so I'll let you all to it. Honestly, I have nothing I can really ask them that'd be of interest to me. And not really a fan of the whole interrogation thing to begin with. But if you all will, then go ahead.
What are we trying to learn?
Well,
What they were
my
trying
first.
to do here, why they bothered to poison the wine, or if indeed it was them. What is the deal with the hill and the ritual festival that they were talking about? Basically, we want to know why the fuck they were doing this in the first place.
I'm gonna go out. Say Tegan. Could you please get ready to understand what he's saying? Or they're saying?
Yes. I'll be trying to more directly assist Manu with this. Doing that, yes.
Okay. Then I want to go outside and if I can pull one of the taps and get some of the poison wine and just like collect it in my hands.
Well, we also have the bottles that we can use if you want to.
No, hands is okay.
All right, fair enough.
All right, so I collect some wine, and then I'll go back into the room with the wine. I throw it on the floor and I point at it, like when a dog like steals some food and you're like, "Look what you did," and they know. I think that I can just with my just going like, "Look what you did," and then pointing at them and pointing at the wine. I think they'll respond in some way. I think they get what I'm saying.
I think the one whose feet you kind of like splash it on kind of cowers away, trying not to be touched be splashed by it. And then the other, he says to the other one, Tegan is the one, or I'm sorry, how is it going? Is it Tegan, you're assisting Manu in a spell
I
that
will
he's
be
doing?
using comprehend languages, and at some point in time, Manu will.
So
be
you could
casting-
understand, and Manu is gonna be understood. That's how it's gonna go.
Tongues lets him do both.
Okay.
Yeah. Just one creature, so I'd have to touch the guy.
Which one are you choosing?
I'll do this dude first with the staff.
We didn't need to do my thing at all.
Before I
it's
start
done.
talking to him, I'm gonna give Tegan the staff. I think Tegan could use it most. But I will say,
And
if you use that, be careful.
also with long rest and everything, I do have Zone of Truth if you want to use that.
The touch range is the fact that you can cast it on someone on yourself or someone other than you. But once it's been cast,
Okay, yeah.
you understand anyone, and anyone understands you.
Okay,
And
so I would touch myself.
You are pulling Sermon on the Mount at this point. You're talking to everybody.
When I wanna understand you, I touch myself. Sorry.
Okay, so I would cast tongues on myself so that I could understand.
And on top of that, do we want to? I have Zone of Truth as well. Shall I use that or no?
Ooh.
If you would like, you can give that a shot.
All right. Just realized I didn't put in any of my spells yet for obviously the long rest thing. So figured.
So yeah, Stormy comes charging in with 2 handfuls of wine and just like splashes it on the floor and just like, look what you did.
No
What's that about,
reason.
huh?
Oh,
Huh?
God.
And
So pointless.
And then the one whose like feet kind of you splash just like kind of tries to scramble away from it, and they're both kind of like excitedly like monkey chattering back and forth. But Manu and Tegan can understand kind of mostly just like, get that shit away from me. Hey, are you like loose? Can you get out? No, I'm tied down pretty fucking tight. Shit, we need to get back to Yester Hill.
And then, obviously not even understanding a word that they're saying, but kind of hoping that Tegan and Manu can. Mm-hmm. I then cast Zone of Truth, and I think that's only a 2nd level spell. Let me double check.
It is.
Okay. You create a magical zone that guards. Okay. So yeah, I just cast that.
A wisdom save, a charisma save?
They're druids, so that's a charisma one, right?
No, the spell tells you what the save would be.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Until the spell runs. Feature that enters. Charisma saving throw.
Charisma save. Natural 1 for, let's say, the north one. Natural 2 for the south one. Then charisma is +0.
Okay. Cast it.
So I'm sure your DC is above 2.
Yeah.
All right. So the first question I would ask would be, uh, what is Yester Hill? And I would be addressing the top one here.
Yester Hill, our home. Hill, south here.
South.
Ancient rocks.
And can we assume that Manu and Ortegan is kind of translating all that for Stormy and I?
Tegan will be intermittently translating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to that end and extent. So the Yester Hill place that they were talking about yesterday is where they're from, and it's to the south of here.
Yeah, seems that way.
Can you all ask
What about their festival and reason for being here? Tegan asks,
What
looking
was
towards
the
Manu.
festival called?
Winter something? Winter night?
Yeah, I already knew.
It sounded like Ventanacht, which is the only reason why I can even remember that much. Just ask him what the Winter Festival is all about.
Yeah, what's this festival that you had mentioned? Something about winter, or
Winter is no festival, it's end of human.
Is that why you poisoned the vine?
They can't understand you.
And then,
I'll ask too. Tell her.
They
Why
can't
did
understand
they
you.
poison the vine?
yeah, it's a logical conclusion to make that's why they're poisoning the wine.
But can you ask that? I guess is the implication.
Sounds more like they were trying to do a summoning the apocalypse ritual to me. Is that? Can you ask them if that's the case?
There wasn't anything ritual like here.
Yet?
I mean, I'm assuming they would do that at their own home. But who knows? Like, maybe they need poisoned wine, but can you ask them why they poisoned the wine?
I actually have something that I am dying to ask. I'm going to ask him if he knows about the stones, or if he knows about the windmill where the hags were.
Windmill?
The
This windmill.
old bone grinder?
Yeah, do you know about the coven of hags that make? Oh God, I'm going to pull out my little bit of dream pastry, and I'm going to show it to him, and I'm going to ask him, do you know where these are made?
We only know the Witch of the Woods. No hacks.
Who's the Witch of the Woods?
Strahd Mother. We worship.
Turn your face to me, hut hut.
I do you know of a circle of stones near a lone stone tower?
Circle of Stone is Yester Hill.
That would not align with the direction, so I'm guessing they know
Yeah,
where
no.
there's another circle of stones.
There was that other circle of stones to the north of the windmill. So that's a thing.
That there are apparently quite a few then. It would seem.
Hold on, I gotta write some notes.
Please do ask them what the purpose of their attacking this location was, though.
Yeah, I'll ask that next. I'll ask, what was the purpose of attacking here and poisoning the wine? Oops, I didn't mean to move. But yeah, what was the purpose of attacking and poisoning the wine?
We steal special gem for Winter Splinter. Wine just for fun.
Is there a gem in that staff?
Well, I gave it to you, so you can check that out.
I was asking the DM.
It does not appear. I think Tegan is holding it now. It does not appear to be a gem inside of the staff.
So that was it, just for kicks?
They apparently really don't like humans, and they were going to... this is part of Tegan. When Tegan relays the information to the party, Tegan will add on this part. They seemed to be poisoning it because they had what they wanted from this location, and they were actually going to leave, but they were going to leave having poisoned
They were gonna children of God us.
Mm-hmm. They had what they wanted. They were going to leave, but because they absolutely hate humans, and they were going to do a ritual to try and get rid of all humans.
Is this dude not a human?
Looks pretty humanoid.
Yeah, that's
Are
the
druids not
weird
human?
thing. Well, druids are whoever feels like being a druid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, underneath all the muck and mold and like grime and filth that's on them, they look pretty much like a human.
Okay.
They just look like a feral human.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
Mowgli looks like an Abercrombie and Fitch model, like compared to.
I'll ask if the I don't know.
I mean, at the end of the day, they all just seem kind of like just the whole usual death cult thing here of kill all the humans, whatever. So what I don't know. What do we want to do with them at this point? Just knock them out again and bring them to the winery? Folk?
No, when we finish with our questions, we should just kill them.
And you say that in character, and they both look at each other, and it's like, ah!
Yeah. Anything you say, everyone around you is going to understand. You can't turn it off. Well, you could, but then you'd have to recast in order to.
Afterwards.
Yeah. So.
Stormy. Kill that one.
So I think that we're done with our questions then.
Okay. I go over and
There is one other question I'd have before
say
you
that out
kill
loud?
Yes,
we have
before you kill anyone.
we have one other prisoner.
Here's the issue. They came here for a gem. We have not yet actually encountered a specific gem. Bearing in mind Tegan doesn't know that Stormy found a bunch of gems.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible that, yes, it could be on the corpse of one of their friends. It could be in one of these guys' pockets. Or they could already have sent it back to their home, where there are quite possibly quite a few more of these fuckers.
That is true. So I will ask if did you find the gem that you were looking for?
Gem gone, long from here.
So I think that that's a yes.
Gone before
We
you got
stayed
here?
to cause trouble.
Did you take it to which of the woods?
I didn't take anything. I stayed here to cause trouble.
Did someone take it to the Witch of the Woods? Is
Back
that
to
who?
Yester Hill for Winter Splinter.
And is Winter Splinter.
Their information is so garbage.
They're being compelled to say the truth. So, but the Zone of Truth spell doesn't compel them to be nice about it, and it doesn't actually force
I
them
believe they could also
to
just
shut up.
omit information too. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to, instead of killing this one, like Manu asked, before I do that, still in my mind, but before I do that, I'll try casting Charm Person on CCC.
Okay.
So that is a Wisdom saving throw for them.
11 plus 13. What's your DC?
Oh, actually, before I do that, let me, if I can do that, if I can save before I do that.
I mean, what is it?
I wanted to hex them first.
Sure.
Okay.
So it affects skill checks, not saving throws, though.
Yes. Never mind. Good call. Yep, those are different things. All right, yeah, I'll just do good old Charm Person, Wisdom saving throw.
Which was a 13. What's your DC?
13.
Beats it.
I think that's a succeed, yeah.
Succeed for me, or succeed for a blocking?
I think it's a succeed for the druid.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. So close. Alright, I could do it again, but I think I'll wait.
And also by the sound of it, then
Oh.
they just
Wait.
need this gem to complete the ritual, yeah? Or did they need that stick that we grabbed from Top Bloke up here?
That's an interesting question. I would convey that to the druid to see if that's the case.
Can I, as you're asking that, can I try something? Like, while you're having that conversation, I want to drag CCC out into the hallway. Out the door and over here.
Okay.
I mean, I
into
don't think
this
any of us are going to stop you from doing it either. So go
Yeah.
ahead.
Into this hallway.
And then I'm going to cast Minor Illusion in the doorway of CCC's dead body falling to the floor. So, like, just so that the druid can see it.
Oh, so you're doing it in here, so this one imagines that their friend is...
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
dead.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, if anybody's trying to persuade that druid of anything, they might get advantage.
I am gonna ask him. Is that weird staff you were holding required to do the ritual with the gem for Winter
It's just vampire staff. Makes nature bow to your whim.
So, and I'm assuming that you convey that to me as well, and I just kind of realized, so it's like, so it's just a druid's staff at the end of the day. It's something that makes it easier for nature to bend to your whim. But it won't actually help you for this winter ritual.
Probably not. How many days away is
Winter Splinter?
is Yester Hill?
Oh, okay.
Not days.
So less than a day, probably.
If nobody else has any more questions, I think I am through with him.
One more question. Is Winter Splinter a festival that has to happen on a specific day? Actually, did we already essentially ask like what the ritual of Winter Splinter needs to happen?
No. He just said that it was the end of humans.
Oh, we know what like the effect of it is, but do we know what they need in order to make it happen?
Nope.
Let's ask that.
Okay.
Because we know about the gem, but we should probably know if there's anything else, just in case.
Yeah. What else do you need for Winter?
Winter Splinter needs gem. For life needs druid ritual.
Life needs druid ritual?
Yeah. What was that second part?
Winter Splinter needs gem. For life needs ritual.
Boar light.
For life.
Or life, okay. Okay, so
that is very not helpful.
well, I mean, unless if you can think of anything else.
No, I can't think of anything.
And this is like the 5th time Manu has said out loud in a perfectly able to be understood voice. It's like, okay, if we're not done, we're just going to kill you now.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
one more
for
thing?
sure.
Okay.
Like we killed.
Okay, well now we're done. We're going to kill you now. No, actually one more question. It's like the sickest version of Columbo. Just one more thing.
I love the idea of that, like, that's actually the torture itself. Like, just continuing the interrogation. Just asking everyone else around.
All right,
Is there anything else we can think of before we kill this guy?
All right, so Yester Hill is to the south. It has a circle of stones, which I think might be related to the circle of stones by the old bone grinder. They're trying to do. I'm guessing in a regular accent, it's Winter Splinter, which is the end of humans that they need a gem for that they already have. It sounds like they're working for the Witch of the Woods. They also called Strahd Mother, so there's that. And yeah, that's it.
And they did confess to poisoning the wine for the lulz.
Basically.
Oh yeah, they just did that to cause trouble. He said.
So yeah, they are homicidal, genocidal. They're basically just crazy assholes at this point. So I actually am completely fine with the notion of executing them at this point, because leaving them alive just increases their likelihood that they will end up hurting or killing other innocents.
Yeah. I'm not gonna kill either of them myself because they're tied up and kind of helpless, and that actually seems kind of wrong.
And I would
Pick up
say
the
it would
gun.
probably be best to take them completely outside so we don't give the family a huge bloody mess to have to clean up in their own
Oh
home.
yeah, that is true. I was gonna have Stormy just cut that one druid's throat like right in the bedroom there.
Yeah,
Well,
I
after
Oh, it's so
Tegan
good
said
to
the
be
thing
home.
about us going to kill them, I already am doing that
Oh,
already.
that's fine. It's in the hallway. It's easy to clean.
yeah,
Yeah, ball
I would.
peen hammer again. This time the ball peen.
Should we
Okay.
still bring back one of them back to the family?
Why?
I don't know, for them to kill him. If they so desire.
They've got
While you're
no.
figuring that out, I'm swinging the ball peen.
Yeah, these people are homicidal, genocidal, etc. And as much as I find executing prisoners distasteful, to say the least, I don't want to put that burden on anyone else any more so than I actually enjoy it being put upon me.
Stormy, I think you are dramatically storming down this hall, and dragging this bound druid behind you, and you kind of just like lean it over. If this would just cooperate with me, please. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
I do have one more
And
question.
just ball peen hammer over the railing, and this one is kind of just like dead on top of this cart. Mono, you still have an alive one if you need questions answered.
I just simply want to ask, what kind of poison did you put in the wine?
Oh, good question, actually.
Nasty stuff.
All right, fuck it, kill him.
Right here in this room.
One more thing, though.
Thing.
No more. I'm done. I'm totally done. 100%. No more. Wait a minute.
I don't know. I like doing
Well, wait,
the
now I'm
Uncle,
curious.
Uncle Chan thing here. One more thing.
So, are you going back on your sparing the Martikovs of their cleanliness and just
No, we'll
making a
still,
bloody mess? You throwing them out the window? You
No, we'll still take them out of here before we kill them.
okay? Stormy has already taken care of one. Probably make pretty quick work of just dragging this one down the stairs. In fact, I think throwing this thing down a flight of stairs might even do it in and of itself.
I take the last one and just take him to the freezer.
Oh, you're gonna throw him in the mold room?
Yes. Admittedly, I would have done that with Triple C for being a jerk, but, well, we're dealing with this guy.
That's such a clean way to do it, too. I wish I'd have thought of that.
I'm surprised.
The last thing you hear, Ratari, is the sound of chattering teeth that sounds hard enough to chip bone.
That's terrible.
Oh, no, and she feels terrible for it as well.
Awful.
And at that point, just a case of, if he's lucky enough, the family will be back before he perishes. Is the way that she tries to rationalize it to herself, as she just leaves. So are we good? We should probably tell them about the bodies at some point.
Yeah, we'll tell them about everything, about the gem, about all of it.
Just a second. Because they decided to throw one of them into the brown mold area while still tied up, I'm also going to set one of my candles on the person and light the candle.
Wow, that's a brown mold thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's extra cruel.
That will draw the
What does that
brown
mean?
mold to crawl over them and sap the heat from them very quickly, because any amount of fire, even just the candle, will cause brown mold to basically kind of crawl, as it were. It so
Is
That's so-
Tegan a human or a half elf?
Tegan is full human.
Okay,
Just
so
just has the bat ears now because of the curse.
I was just wondering because the druid said that uh Winter Splinter would be the end of humans, but our entire party is almost not human.
Yeah, I just realized that. You're the only human among us.
That is correct.
Warmy and Dratari and Manu is just like, that sounds chill. Oh, that's awkward. Sorry, Tegan.
Sorry, Tegan.
I'm not that cruel. I'm not evil. Okay.
Technically,
Now that
Look,
you say that,
I've done some things.
may the cold.
okay, but your foes are disposed of, kind of wrung what little information you could get out of them.
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of
While
Light.
I'm in the hallway,
I resent
I-
the comment that putting the candle on them was cruel. Is making the death that much faster is actually a lot less cruel, I feel.
That being said, I'm so glad you said that because before I ran out of that room, one of my ideas was actually setting the bowl on fire. I'm glad to know now that it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, that would have.
It's a disastrous
Yeah.
effect.
Yeah, I don't like these gremlins, so I'm going to try and drown them. That's basically what that would have been.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only that, but one of my ideas was before we, just to finish it off, was actually going to be throwing one of them into the poisoned wine.
See, I had that thought as well, but yeah.
Oh, actually, before we depart, I would like to check out. Where is it? I actually forgot to prepare that one, but I will. I will cast. I'll cast Purify Food and Drink.
I have that as well.
Yeah. I'll cast it on two of these.
Okay.
Just to cleanse them.
And I suppose I'll do it on the other two as well. And
Yeah, and just because I'm not, I know what it is, but could one of the two of you read it?
yeah,
I guess Manu, since you already have it up.
All non-magical food and drink within a 5-foot radius sphere centered on a point of your choice within range is purified and rendered free of poison and disease.
and actually on top of that, I used Detect Poison and Disease since I got that for the long rest, which has a 10-minute duration, and I can sense the presence of and location of poisons, poisonous creatures, etc. within 30 feet of you.
Yeah,
for the 10
Dratari,
minutes-
you see the two vats that Manu is working on, your detect is giving you like a glow, but it starts to fade away because Manu is casting a spell. And the two that are in front of you as well also have like a nasty, nasty glow about it.
Okay. I do a once over of the whole winery that still has like bottles or barrels and the like, just to make sure that there's no other poison present.
Yeah, the basement, the barrels that are there are poisoned. The bottles are not. The little cart here that is already loaded with wine barrels, those are poisoned.
Okay.
And any of the barrels, the smaller barrels that are in kind of that main area, are also poisoned. Not all of those barrels are full, though.
Okay. So in that case, knowing that, I do one more purify food and drink.
So like
Two
these are
main.
poisoned.
Oh,
Yeah.
these are poisoned as well. Oh, okay.
Those,
I
and
don't.
there's a few in this room, and there's a few in the basement.
I mean, I can ritually cast it, but it would take a long time to do all of those.
I mean, we ought to take the time to do it between the three of us because all three of us can ritual cast it. Because I swapped my usual prep of cure wounds for this myself.
Yeah, same.
I don't think Dratari can.
No, I got purify food and drink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
but paladins.
Paladins
ritual
can't
cast?
ritual cast.
Yeah.
oh, sorry. Okay, I misunderstood what you meant there.
So you'd have to use spell slots. Okay, so
Yeah.
we can take the time to purify all the wine to basically undo everything that they did.
I mean, if you all don't mind, I wouldn't mind just like as soon as we're done with the tonight's quest and all that. Basically, we get back to the winery folk and then just take another long rest in between the two campaigns. Don't
Speaking
mind
of
doing the
which,
spell
Manu,
slots.
you do have a point of exhaustion at this point.
Say again.
Manu has a point of exhaustion at this point.
Okay.
Okay. So taking a rest, even though we took a long rest, taking another long rest wouldn't be a bad idea.
But yeah, we do need to purify as much of this as possible because part of why we came here is the only way to get through the gates of Kresk is with this cart of wine.
Yep.
Oh.
By the way,
I do have to wonder though. Okay. And this is going to be DM's discretion. I will take some, since Manu was the first to cast Purify, one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to take a cup of some kind, pull some wine from a barrel that Manu has purified, and I am going to down the wine. And my basic question here is it still alcoholic wine? Or has the spell decided that wine is poison and turned it to water?
Make a Constitution save.
great. Okay.
It says
Yeah,
check, but there's no difference for me.
You absolutely housed that whole pint of a cup of wine that you just drank. And if you were a little less prepared, it might have knocked you on your ass, because for sure alcohol is not impure.
Okay.
And that wine is pretty strong.
Okay. So that's good then. Then yes, we can set about our plan to purify all the poisoned wine in this place using Dratari as the Dratari can go around and mark anything that's poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have something to mark it with on your own, I can give you a bit of face paint from my disguise kit to mark barrels. And then we can do a counter mark, strike Dratari's mark through once we've purified it, so that we make sure we haven't missed anything. Because we are here because we are on the hook to assist with some wine delivery.
And that works for me. Yeah, that works for me. I don't have any sort of marking tools, but I'll definitely grab your makeup kit to just do the slashes through. That works for me.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, on that note, I'm kind of curious. Does doing the purify food and like also affect the poisoned wine that I already have in my pack?
If you're within the radius of it when one of us casts it, yeah.
No. Okay.
But you just have to make sure that anytime we're casting it on one of those barrels, you're not in the 5-foot bubble.
Fair enough. I put my pack to the side then and start doing all the purify wine thing. And then afterwards, take another bottle and actually get a good bottle of wine.
Okay. There are bottles in the wine rack downstairs. There's 2 wine racks. One was pretty empty. The other one was pretty full. There are pre-bottled bottles there. And you did casting your detect whatever it was that was allowing you to see if poison was present. You noticed that the bottles were not touched.
That's interesting that the bottles weren't touched. Is that something that we should...
It would be easier to poison like a barrel or like these little fermentation things, but like to go bottle by bottle and poison those, that would just be that would just take too long.
Suppose so. Instead of grabbing one of those bottles, because I'm sure that they would actually notice that inventory missing, I basically do the same process I did with the poison bottle, but with a good bottle of wine. And what was the second label you said? One was the Dragon Crush.
There was 2 labels that you found. One was Red Dragon Crush. One was Purple Grape Mash number 3.
Purple Grape Mash. Okay, so I have a poison bottle of supposed Dragon Crush, and I'll have a good bottle of Grape Mash.
Number 3.
Number 3. That way I can remember which one's poison and not. And which one is good to drink.
All right, so we would take the fairly lengthy process to purify all of the wine. We saved the winery. And then we'd go back to meet them and tell them, coast is clear, everything's safe.
That sounds good to me, unless anybody else has stuff around the winery that they want to accomplish.
Nah, I'm good with having a poison bottle of wine and a good bottle of wine.
Okay. 15 minutes from now would be about 45 after. Do y'all sound like taking a little break? Sound good?
Yeah.
Let's
Sounds good to me.
let's call it 50. Make it a 20-minute break.
All right.
Sure.
Okay, 9:50 sounds good.
Okay, see you soon.
Easy.
So Manu gave Tegan the Gulthia staff.
Yes, I did.
And on our way back, she'll ask you what you know of it, since I don't exactly have identify.
And Jadari would ask as well, but probably a lot of that still goes over her head, if we're being honest.
It has charges. It has 10 charges. And you can break it or burn it to ashes, and it would kill all blight creatures within like 300 feet. And also you can hit people with it, and when you do, you get hit points back. But when you do that, there's a small chance that you could go a little crazy.
Well, within 30 feet of it.
So a vampire staff then. That also can take out blight if it's set on fire.
Or if you break it.
10 charges, 1d6 plus 4. Sorry, after seeing how it was spelled, I looked it up on the 5e tools. Oh. In part because while the message you sent me has all that information, the video from High Fantasy being miniaturized right there covers up almost all of the text.
Hey, it's got
Not sure it is a good fit for me, since with my extremely negative strength score, I don't often use my staff as something to hit people with. And this, you regen hit points when you hit people with it, albeit you do have to make that saving throw versus going nuts. But
yeah, I mean, you can do whatever with it, but I think it felt like it would best be in your hands, because you seem like the most naturey person.
So yeah, y'all have successfully purified all the wine in the winery. You have slayed a whole squadron of blights and druids commanding them, and are making your way down the Old Swalloch Road. Or actually, this isn't even the Old Swalloch Road, it's just a path off of the road. From the winery, kind of back about a quarter mile along the path where you first found Urwin Martikov. And you come up to a clearing and you see Urwin Martikov is there, the extended Martikov family is there. Irina is, for the day that y'all had yesterday, Irina is just like lounging in a hammock, and like Lancelot is kind of like at her feet, kind of playing tug of war with a couple of the younger Martikovs. And she has like a small wooden plate of cheese and a glass of wine, and she just looks like she's having a little vacation.
Well, at least I'm glad that one of us had fun then.
Oh, you've all come back. How did it go?
We completed the job.
Against
I think
all odds.
Urwin comes up, is like, my winery. What is the status there? Can
It's
we
still
come
in
home?
one piece. And all the druids are gone.
It's still standing, I would say.
Like I said,
don't-
it's in one piece.
You could call it
So-
in one piece.
So we can go home.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yes.
You can.
There are a few
And it
repairs that
is-
you'll need to do, but it is there. And you might
Um,
need sweep away a few, what are they called? The sick monsters?
Blights.
Blights. Yep, there's still a bit of blights that can be dealt with. Blight bodies that need to be dealt with. As well as druid bodies.
Well,
But
I
otherwise,
think
And some structural damage to,
2 pillars.
a couple of the pillars of your porch. And they had been trying to poison some of the wine, but we took care of all of that.
You're welcome.
We did manage to find out that they were there to try to find some gems and other resources that you had, and they had already sent some of their people back to where they had come from with what they had come to your place for. So I don't know if you had specific magical gem that had some properties they would be interested in, or what the deal was with that, but they did take something from your homestead.
He kind of nods in understanding at what you're saying, and looks behind him and says, Martikovs, pack your things. It's time we be going home. Should we do the walk and talk then?
Certainly.
Fair enough, I suppose.
we should stay with them until they send wine, right? We should make sure that happens so we can get into
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
the city. And hey, free house. They can't like kick us out. They kind of owe us.
Okay, yeah. Over the course of a couple minutes, you see as the extended Martikov family kind of starts packing up a few of their belongings that they had with them, and kind of rolling up the hammock that Irina was in. Irina had her just like whole armor just like off and just like to the edge of a tree next to her, and she starts helping out. And they've got, quite a bit of belongings with them. A couple of the children are looking indignant at like having to walk when they'd prefer not to. And it's like, not now. Now is not the time, says one of the parents. But yeah, over the course of a few minutes, they get ready and you continue walking. Most of the family is walking along ahead. And then there's Irina, and then there's the rest of the group, and Urwin kind of hangs back with you. Says, you said you interrogated these druids. They've stole something, a gem?
As far as we can tell, yes. There was one of them confessed to having a gem stolen and left post-haste by the sound of it to complete some sort of ritual. Some sort of winter splinter, by the sound of it.
Do not know what this word means, but I know the Yester Hill, one of our comrades, has gone ahead to investigate and scope out, and it seems like there is some action going on there.
Yes, yeah, some sort of death still humans kind of thing. You know how they get sometimes.
Do
But
you know?
what was Mana saying?
I was gonna ask him if he knew anything about the Witch of the Woods.
Ah, the bitch of the swamp, yes. The Baba Lysaga, she sends, what do you call, straw man who frighten birds? Scarecrow, yes. She sends the spooky scarecrow and terrify us from time to time. It was her, I believe, that stole another one of these gems that you have heard of today. But that was some years ago. My shit of a son was supposed to be watching our winery that night, and well, he was not. And we had a scarecrow attack, and next thing you know, one of our two remaining gems is gone. I was afraid these druids were in for something like this. You say they have stolen our third gem?
I saw.
Yeah,
So, what is the nature of these gems, anyways?
Nature, I don't know. These in family much longer than I'm alive. Long ago, Martikov family had 3 magic gems, about shape and size of Hyain cone, given to us by, I don't know, special ladies of the land. They help us to grow the grapevines that, beautiful wines that my family has made for generations. It was before I was born, over 100 years ago. Our first gem was stolen, and we cannot no longer make the Champagne de la Stomp. We had the other 2 remaining grapevines, so we can make the Purple Grape Mash number 3 and the Red Dragon Crush, but it was some time ago that our Red Dragon Crush gem was stolen, we believe, by the Baba Lysaga, or you say the Witch of the Woods. And then I did not know the druids had absconded with our final gem. If we have no more gems, we can make no more wine.
that's kind of the least of your worries right now, because they said that this thing that they're trying to do, which I think involves the gems, is the end of humans. Or maybe they just meant the end of you. But I don't know. But there is some kind of ritual involved.
What are you
Well,
trying to imply there? That the druids are trying to make their own winery to run him out of business? Is that not the implication of getting the gem from both Baba Yaga as well as him?
Well, maybe they think that the winery's land is in their territory, and they wanna destroy him.
Hmm.
This hill, it is not too far from here. It is, not our property at all, but we are unhappy neighbors, as it were, with these druid folks. They live up on the hill to south of here.
So I think it's in order to get the vine very going again, we will need to get not only the gem from here, but also this Baba Yaga.
I think
This
that
Baba Lysaga, she is in the swamp to the east.
Hmm.
We suspect that she took our second gem.
I see. And you keep referring to 3 gems then. Oh.
I was
Well,
gonna ask the room in the room in the winery that's incredibly cold. Is that the power of the gem? Because that gem is so damn icy?
No, it's power of mold. We like to keep wine cold, keep fresh longer.
Fair enough. By the way, you might need to do some cleaning in there.
Eh?
There might be a body. Don't worry about it. It's a druid body. It's preferable that way. Just be careful with your cleaning, that is all I'm saying. But anyways. So
I don't think I've opened that door since before Davian was born, so...
if you want to keep it closed, keep it closed. I don't believe it would hurt anything. But anyways, that is all to say, you keep referring to 3 gems. One which is held by the druids now. One which is held by Baba Yaga. What is this third
Baba
gem?
Lee Saga. Baba Yaga is other fairy tale.
Wait, what's the name of the character then?
Lee
Baba Lee
Saga.
Saga. Lyssaga, I want to say.
Say it one more time.
Baba Lee Saga.
Baba Lee Saga. Okay, I just keep picturing Baba Yaga.
Lysaga.
A saga of Baba Lee.
Gotcha. So if the first one is held
But
by
very
the druids,
much,
the
very
second
much the same folklore that the inspiration comes from.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I
Which is
just thought
funny.
you guys.
Which is
Good
funny
thought.
because you actually have Baba Yaga in Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Oh, really?
And in RuneScape.
Well, the daughter of Baba Yaga.
Hmm?
The daughter of Baba Yaga.
That's Tasha.
Yeah. Baba Yaga herself is not in Wild Beyond the Witchlight, though, is she?
I was under the impression she was, but I haven't actually read it.
I read it, but I kind of sped read it.
Hmm.
I don't remember reading Baba Yaga making an appearance in it.
So yeah, if the first one is held by the druids and the second one's held by Baba Yisaga, then where's your third gem?
Like I said, do not know. Disappeared from family before my birth.
Okay. I missed that then.
Well, we
So-
were kind of planning on going that way anyway.
Although, I suppose we probably need to make the side quest over to the, druids on the account of killing all the humans. Especially considering our one, human here.
Yes, like
Yeah.
I said, a comrade of ours is scouted ahead to see what's going on. We have not heard word back from her yet, but yes, if you could go and see what is going on, maybe stop them, maybe get our gem back, that would be most helpful.
No problem. What does she go by?
Muriel.
Miriam. Okay.
Muriel.
Muriel, okay. We can definitely keep an eye out for her when we head down that way.
And when I took those gems and I very much didn't look at what they looked like, I think even with as little attention I was paying, I would still have noticed if one of them was as large as a pineapple, right? And none of them were that big.
A pine cone, and
Pine cone.
no, the pouch itself was
huge.
smaller than a pine cone.
Okay, cool.
Who lives in a pine cone?
And I will not mention the gems.
So, unless if anyone else has any other questions, I guess we just make our way back to the winery with everyone.
Yeah, you guys get there, and Urwin kind of looks around at just like the mounds and heaps and piles of these discarded blight piles. It's like, oh, I don't know what you were calling yourself before now, but if not weed whackers, it may be time for a change name.
We'll have that on our business card, whatever that is. We'll have that on anachronistic business cards.
Yeah, and he kind of ushers the rest of his family in. I think one of the younger ones comes and checks on the horses to make sure they're fine. And then, yeah, Urwin is going to follow you in and kind of start looking around. And he says, you said wine was poisoned, but you solve?
I
Yes.
believe that was done by my compatriots, yes.
Yes,
I,
it's a rather simple spell to repetitiously cast. It just takes time, and we already took that time to do.
well, I hope you're not offended if I make you prove it by offering you all a glass.
Not at all.
Sure.
Yeah, he goes over into the glassblower's workshop and pulls out some fine crystal goblets and pours you all 5, one for Irina as well.
Does he notice the missing bottles at all, or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
And we would point out that we had marked the ones that were poisoned, and then we marked through that mark to indicate that we had taken care of the poison.
Hmm. And Tegan will also offer him the empty vial and say, not sure what type of poison it was they were using, but they were keeping it in vials like this one.
He takes it from you and is like, I do not have a way to tell myself, but thanks for giving this to me. I might have someone to show this to.
So, at that point, Jatari accepts the goblet and just, Prost! Cheers to everyone kind of thing. And takes it down.
Yeah, and Manu would do the same. Without the cheers, he would just drink it.
And Urwin kind of squints at you sternly, and then pours himself a glass. And it's like, well, I suppose it is morning at this point. You have already rested yet? Do you need some sustenance? Are you agreeing to help out with our blight problem? With our druid on Yester Hill problem?
I believe we are more than happy to help you out with your problem, but having an extra rest wouldn't be a bad idea either, before we get going.
Well, please stay. Rest if you need food. I can arrange. We are a bit full up on the lodgings, but I can make a space for you to be a little bit comfortable.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much.
Question I'd have is, do we want to help these people first, or do we want to get Irina through Kresk and into the monastery first?
I feel since we're already here, we can at least leave her off with the winery folk while we get the side quest done, and then go back up and deal with the other stuff when we need to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Or if you think it's safe enough, leave her with them and ask them to deliver wine to Crest so that she can get in. And then she can go to the monastery herself, but I still don't know about that.
I prefer to travel with them and Irina to Crest.
Yeah, I would too, but it was just an idea.
No, I understand.
Just kind of taking care of a task without actually taking care of it.
Yeah, I don't want to open things up to something like, say, a particular vamp lord kidnapping her while she's en route, then pretending that he didn't and blaming us for her disappearance, since we're now on the hook for her safety with both her family and with him. And while I can trust her family won't pull two-faced, underhanded crap, I'm not going to trust a vampire lord to that extent.
And not only that, but it would be nice to travel with her to Kresk. If nothing else, just have the association of, yes, we're also ones that also got you your wine.
All right. Yeah.
Speaking of which, we have one shipment ready for deployment. That is, if all these in the cart are purified. But we only have the one cart right now, and our drivers ran off. And I could get my son-in-law to take this. We are behind in shipments in every village. Do you have a preference? Should I hold off and allow you yourselves to deliver to Kresk? Perhaps I could do Velaki first.
How do you all feel on that one? Because having us deliver the Kresk one might go over a little bit better and all that.
Say send a shipment to Velaki first, because not just for our admittedly somewhat self-serving reasonings, but Velaki has recently been undergone various forms of turmoil and upheaval. They do have a new person in charge, and it wouldn't hurt to service the people in order to ingratiate yourself to them before they turn their attentions here, since the people of Velaki have already gotten a taste of getting their way through violence and setting of fires.
And just have a little note that says, sent from the Weedwhackers with love.
Cannot say I'm sad to know that Vargas is no longer burgomaster. Although I am perhaps concerned of some of Valaki's inhabitants. But I don't know what they should complain about. Our wine is, and always has been, free.
Alright, I'm down with sending it to Velaki. Maybe having a little note to... Oh, I cannot recall your son over there's name at the moment, but just say, hey, send from us with love, etc.
You might want to tell the driver. I won't tell that shit anything without spit.
I actually did prepare sending for today, so
really? Okay.
I knew I wanted it for something and I didn't know. I couldn't remember, but you just reminded me. It was to let him know that there was a shipment of wine coming.
Oh, right, because y'all have like some sort of magic telephone, essentially, right?
Yeah, basically.
Sounds good.
But yeah, send a shipment to Velaki to the Martikovs.
I will tell son-in-law to get horses ready.
Sounds good to me.
And I will cast sending, and speak to Davian?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd speak to Davian and tell him that this is Manu. We got the wine going. Be there shortly.
And sending is one of those you could respond to this messages.
25 words out, up to 25 words in.
Oh, Manu, is it? Thank you. You've only been gone a couple days. Hope you found Urwin tolerable. Thanks again.
If I could send a message back, I actually just kind of say to myself, yeah, not particularly, and even though I can't say anything back, but I don't particularly find him tolerable.
And I think in the sense of his tone, you don't necessarily get the sense that Davian thought that anything was really the matter at the winery. It was more like, oh god, I sent you to go there because I don't want to deal with my fucking dad.
That's a mood.
I'll tell him next time I see him. I'll tell him what was up because I don't have that many spell slots.
I was gonna say, if nothing else, getting a long rest here just to change up what spells we have again would be good. Because everything I have right now is poison / food based.
Problem is,
But if
there's a rule in 5th edition about how frequent you can take a long rest. So we
Oh.
have to. You cannot gain the benefit again within 24 hours, which
Yeah,
means it has to be at least 16 hours before you can start your next one.
yeah, we'd basically have to spend the day here and then long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay.
But if you think we got the time, we can totally do that. All it would really do is let us swap spells. That's basically it.
Yeah, right?
You have your Napa Valley style vineyard tour while you're.
While we're here. I'm good with I'm good with that. I'm good with heading out. I'm good with anything.
Yeah, I'm good with going if you guys just want to go. If you want to check out Yester Hill so that we can deal with all that nonsense.
Good to go. Said
How
Alright.
far did
I don't
we?
have
did
any
we
benefit,
get
so
an-
it doesn't matter.
I feel like we got the answer, but I feel like I forgot it. How long will it take to travel by foot to Yester Hill?
Probably a couple hours.
Yeah, because I asked him how many days it was, and he said it wasn't days.
Yeah, it was less than a day's walk by the sound of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it shouldn't take terribly long.
Less than an hour as crow flies, but as you walk, maybe couple.
Sorry. Speaking of crows, actually, this has to do with ravens. Is there like a relationship between your family and the birds? There's a lot of birds.
You can always trust the ravens of this land. One of few creatures that are not vile.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Is that why there's a
Uh,
a raven statue in one of the bedrooms?
I think that was their
Um,
headboard. It was like carved into a raven.
Yeah, either
Oh, right.
Manu or Tegan can make a persuasion check. Either you could both, or one with advantage.
If your persuasion is better than a +0,
Mine should be a 4, I want to say.
Then,
Yeah,
then
Or
go
it's a
for
6.
it.
Oh, wow.
All you.
But I only rolled a 3, so the total
Oh
is 9.
no!
Total
With
is 9.
advantage?
Oh, with
With
advantage?
advantage?
Da, da, da. Okay, that was a nat 20 for a 26.
Wow. Okay.
You kind of
Quite the difference with that advantage there. Thank you for that. Thank you.
part of his kind of demeanor. Oops, it looks like Craig decided to go away for no reason.
Uh-oh.
Craig was just
Rude.
like, oh, nope, I'm gone.
Craig's AFK.
Copy text. Paste.
Now recording.
Oh,
There he is.
recording.
Yeah, so kind of part of Urwin's like cocky, kind of whimsical at your expense demeanor, kind of this like persona, like mask that he puts on drops a little bit, and he says, what do you know of lycanthropy and such curses?
What do I know of lycanthropy and such?
Well, we probably know about werewolves, but that's all I know.
Yeah, I don't even know how much Shikari knows.
I'm inclined to say, without even making a roll, like, what do you, Tegan, know about lycanthropy and D&D?
I imagine Tegan would at least know that there's multiple types of therianthrope. She would probably know at the very least about the werewolves and the werebears. Probably wouldn't. I would say I would highly doubt if Tegan knows about the werecats.
So, you know of the werebears, you know of the werewolves, you may or may not heard of the weird ones like the werehares and the weretortoise. He kind of looks at you, Manu, a little bit embarrassedly for a second, and then he's just like, we are wereravens. My family, our bloodline has been cursed. Well, curse is perhaps wrong word. This is a point of pride for us and quite a useful tool. But yes, the Martikov family and several of our close family friends, we called us the keepers of the feather.
Cool. So you changing the birds?
When we need to. It helped us camp outside for 2 or 3 whole nights when we could not sleep in our winery. What, a French accent? What am I doing? Sorry.
I went from German to Irish. Don't even worry about it. You're good.
If Tegan was not so traumatized by pretty much everything since stepping through the mist, I imagine if Tegan was still who she was when she walked into the college, right now she would be squeeing.
I seem to have heard you have met one before. He says, looking at you, Tegan.
One
Blackbird,
at least
blue feathers.
definitely saved my life when some guardsmen had failed to sufficiently fight off a vampire spawn. And I'm pretty sure it was similar.
Was it Davian? Was it Davian? Is he one of them?
I never saw the wereraven that saved my life being in any other form. But also I believe it was similar creatures in their fully raven form that had tried to warn us away from the hags at the bone grinder, which we managed to deal with that threat sufficiently. But
well, Muriel is always humble one. It's not how she told me this story. But, and to answer your question, Mano, yes, my shit of a son is one of these as well. His wife and his children, and my wife and my children, and my son-in-law and my grandchildren, we all wear ravens.
What do you got against Davian? Like he's working out there. He's got a family and everything.
He has no focus, no drive, no ambition, and shit was supposed to be watching winery when one of gems was stolen.
Oh well, the gem thing. Yeah, okay, I can understand that.
I do have a thought of a good reason to go ahead and hold off on going to that camp until tomorrow. I can think of a few good reasons to wait until tomorrow to go south to that hill. Especially because myself and Dratari especially don't have many slots with which to choose our preparations, and in order to purify the wine, I dropped my ability to cure wounds.
Same with me.
That was my concern. But also, Manu, wouldn't you have access to the ability to detect where specific objects are if we got a sufficient enough description of these gems?
I think I have one of those as well, now you say that. You are mute.
I could possibly do that, yeah.
So that way, if they have it hidden, or if part of the ritual that they're doing includes burying it or whatever, we'd be able to track down the gem we're looking for, and or possibly the other two.
Well, if Baba Lysaga has the other one, I don't imagine it would be very far from her person.
I can see why you might think that, but that's an assumption. He's assuming it was Baba Lysaga that stole it. These druids work for Baba Lysaga and are working on doing a ritual that included the use of at least one of them. If the three of them are a set, it's entirely possible that they have all three of them for the sake of the one ritual. Which, for what it's worth, while she makes her home in that swamp, if they end up having the means and opportunity to do this ritual that they're trying to do, this winter whatever, we might be getting a face full of Baba plus a bunch of druids plus a bunch more blights again.
And also scarecrows. They mentioned scarecrows.
While at the same time, you have Tegan and I with, you know, purify foods in Vata as well as for me, the zone of truth, which I don't think would be as useful in that situation.
Yeah, no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking worst case scenario, we might end up getting face first with her unprepared, and conversely, the best case scenario, she's not there, but all 3 gems are.
So
I
should we
agree.
go to the hill or to the swamp?
Oh no,
I,
I would still say the hill first.
yeah, definitely the hill first, because that's where the druids were sending the stone that they just stole.
Yes, like I said, you are welcome to rest here for the day or night or both if you like. I do appreciate all you've done, but yes, please, if you could investigate Heal first, I would most appreciate that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we should. Yeah.
In the case of us using that spell, if it comes to that, do you have a drawing of sufficient quality of the gem? Or
He pulls out, actually, he says, one moment, and disappears upstairs, allows y'all to continue conversation for a few more minutes. And you hear him trundling back downstairs. And he has brought down from the room with the printing press in it the 3 labels that they use to print their wine bottles, and each one kind of behind the text is a gem that does kind of have that kind of acorn, like lotus, dragon scale kind of concentric rings shape to it.
So it should not be easy.
One is green, one is yellow, and one is red.
and since you were just upstairs, we should probably at least somewhat apologize for the mess of a blood trail in that hallway. There was a druid who did not come outside for the battle and was hiding upstairs, and at one point in time was even in your master bedroom, and that person's death was not fast, thus the blood trail upstairs.
Well, I have not seen this mess yet, so perhaps my opinion will change when I
I
am
thought
witness to the destruction you've had.
I-
But
I-
no, I just went into printing press to grab labels. I did not go into bedrooms or
I
further
thought
into hallway.
when Sunny did it, it was in this hallway.
It would have been, I don't know if you're in table plop right now.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, it's probably this hallway.
I thought it was this one on this side of the spiral stair.
if you would just let me pan down, please.
It was on
Thank
the
you.
right side of the spiral stair.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it was over here, and then the printing press is over on that
Yeah,
side.
I was under the impression that it was to the western side of the spiral where Stormy did it, and thus he would have walked, like when he walked from here to here would have seen it, but I didn't realize that it was on the other side of a staircase and wall.
You're good.
But yeah, you see labels. One says Purple Grape Mash #3, and that has the green gem in it. One says Red Dragon Crush, that has the yellow gem on it, and the Champagne du Lestomp, that one has the red gem.
And which of these would have been the one most recently taken?
That would have been the green one, the purple great mash number 3.
Got it. All right. Shall I guess we can look for this gem once we're all good and rested then.
Yes. Since it looks like we're going to spend the day here. Unless anyone has anything else any other thoughts, one of the things that Tegan will spend the day doing is just mending the cantrip over and over and over and over and over and over and over again on the pillars of the porch.
Okay, and I think you can get that done without more than like 1 hour. If you were like concentrated on just doing that every 6 seconds, like you could probably get that done in under 1 hour.
It's a 1 minute cast time.
Oh, is it? Okay.
What were the gem colors again? I got the purple grape mash is green.
Lime, banana,
Green,
and
yellow,
cherry
red
flavor.
in shitty, medium, best. So green is the purple grape mash number 3. Yellow is red dragon crush, and red is champagne du l'estompe.
Mm-hmm.
All they have left is the shitty wine.
Right now they have none. All 3 have been stolen.
Oh,
Yep.
I thought they still had one left.
No, the third one went missing a long time ago, which I think that was the champagne one. The red one was stolen by Baba Lachaga, and the third one was just stolen
okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
by the druids.
I don't know why I thought there was still one. At least we know where one of them is.
Yeah, banana flavor got lost with time. Baba Lachaga was stole cherry flavor, and lime was just stolen by the druids.
So,
Okay, and I will study the images to try and familiarize myself enough so that I could use locate object to find the gems.
Oh, okay, you got locate object. Okay, I was
Well,
going to do that.
And
Yeah.
you can keep
Manus?
these. These are just paper. We have stacks and sticks.
Manu has just been like staring at things lately.
I think Urwin's wife at some point comes by with pitchers of wine and glasses, and also like trays of cheese and stuff. I think the son-in-law starts preparing the cart and the horses to send a shipment off to Valaki, and a couple of the younger kids start setting up like a lean-to in the vineyard with a couple like hammocks for. It's not like the best camping situation, but it's kind of nice. It's like nice little like bungalow tent area with a few with 5 hammocks stretched out underneath the covering. Considering the fact that just like on the other side of the canvas tarp, the kids are dragging these like nasty blight creatures over to a compost pile. Like it's kind of a nice little like afternoon on the vineyard.
A tale of blood and wine. So, do we just fast forward then to when we're ready to go?
You may.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else to do really.
Yeah, I'm just finishing up or remanaging the spales. That's how you say it, right? I don't even know what accent that was for me.
I ought to swap mine back around as well.
Before y'all are settling in, Manu, make a con save for me.
18.
Okay. For a second day in a row, you're actually surprising yourself with your willpower to nah, I don't want to eat pastries made out of children. And you do, like, I think you even like pull a dream pastry out and you're like, no, I should throw this away, really, but you don't. That night, though, you do suffer this absolutely terrible, like painfully so, nightmares. And instead of losing a point of exhaustion, you gain a second one as you wake up.
Shit!
Gotta eat that children meat, eh?
That's okay. Well, I'm definitely eating it today. Oh damn, that sucks.
But yeah, the rest of y'all also have, like, you know, really shitty dreams again. I think Manu, the thing that's like circling around and around in your head is like, you know, hearing about this like stone rings and like thinking about the ones that you saw at the old bone grinder, and also the ones that don't quite look the same that you're feeling you had dreams of before, is kind of just like sticking to you in this very unsettling way. And yeah, you wake up in a cold tortoise sweat, just feeling absolutely dog shit when you wake up. The rest of you, you're pretty much used to your shitty dreams at this point, to a point where it's like not really remarkable anymore. But with that, you rise as you know, some cicadas and other like garden insects like trilling and humming. For as shitty as this land has been to you, it's been kind of nice to just like wake up on a farm.
Um,
Yeah, at that point, Drakari gets as well as she could with terrible dreams and basically just goes over to just get the day started, I guess, trying to memorize all the spells before we're heading out and waiting for the rest of the team. Tries to say one of the prayers from her religion, but not really getting it completely right. Blessed are the cheesemakers and all that.
I mean, unfortunately, all I have is lesser restoration, and we're nowhere near the level of for greater yet for me to remove any of that exhaustion from Manu.
I would be noticeably physically exhausted. I am like shuffling my feet, and I'm kind of far behind if we should ever travel anywhere. I kind of lag behind.
Yep. Speed halved.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do to help you out there. Like, can't really seem to find anything.
Nope.
Yeah, I have lesser restoration, but yeah.
Yeah, exhaustion
I
is
think
nasty.
Irina sleeps in a little bit and it's like, oh, Manu, you look like. Well, I was going to say shit, but that's mean. Oh, well, I already said it. Sorry. Manu, are you okay?
No, it's just been a while since I slept in a bed, so I'm just it was just like not so good.
I don't know. Telling this turtle that he looks like shit is probably better than telling the turtle he looks like soup.
Oh yeah.
So, are we all going to Yester Hill?
Real? As in everyone here?
It's up to you, Arena, if you want to come with us or if you want to stay here for the day. I'm not sure how much of our conversation about this you heard yesterday morning, but one of our thoughts is that we have a very real possibility of running into the so-called Witch of the Woods. And if that ends up being the case, that could be very, very bad in many ways, but also especially for you, given that we have word of rumor that she is considered to be the mother of Strahd.
She shivers a little bit at that, and she says, well, I guess I could go either way. I mean, as much as I enjoyed being safe yesterday and getting day drunk with these lovely wine folks, I mean, that was quite nice. I wouldn't say no to doing that again, especially more comfortable here and not just in the woods. But, Sonny, I've been watching you very closely with what you call your orc yoga. And I've been a little bit embarrassed. You probably haven't seen because I've tried to cut to myself, but I've been watching you and your routines, and I've leveled up a bit, and I took the slasher feat, and I feel like I could do some things now. So you want me to come?
Very cool.
I will come with you. You want me to stay behind? I would not complain at that either. We also have a dog to think about to keep safe.
You're starting to get very robot-y.
Mm-hmm.
My internet is saying that I only have one red bar. That's probably why.
Oh,
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I really just need to suck it up and buy a long Cat 5e cable to directly plug my computer
I have a 50-foot one.
I think I need like 63 feet. I think I measured it a while ago, and it's like, I think a 75-foot would be plenty enough, but... Okay, it was green for a second. Do I sound a little bit better?
yeah, you're coming
You did until you asked the question, and then it went...
And now it's saying red again. I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect and see if that changes anything. How about now?
1 second.
Keep talking a little bit.
How about now? Now it's like going between green and now it's red again.
Oh no.
What is using internet right now that I could close?
Ooh. That's... Yeah, we can't... I couldn't hear that.
Yeah.
You're a bit soft as well, yeah.
It's not that
like
you're robot-y at this point. It's like you're so far away from the mic, it's not picking it up. Kind of quiet.
Oh, there you go.
Test.
Well, kind of. Not really.
The little like connection bar next to video connected, it keeps going wild between green, yellow, and red.
Right now you're not too bad. It's not perfect, but it's definitely can definitely understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm very proud that they are doing the one punch out.
The
100 orc sit-ups, 100 orc push-ups, 100 orc Squats and 10-kilometer run every day. Except not the 10-kilometer run because orcs don't do cardio.
One punch orc.
It's all glamour muscles. Orcs have really bad back problems in general, but very strong biceps.
So, yes, me as Irina speaking, I suppose it's up to you. I could stay here with Lancelot, or I could come and if a fight breaks out, I feel like I could help out.
Can we get like a vibe check on like what level, like how much stronger than us does?
So, Irina has leveled up with you, but I haven't leveled her up since 4.
I don't know. I think
she's she has some HP though.
Between our last game and this game, her character sheet has gained 2 levels because I didn't bother to actually do it the last 2 times you picked up a level.
Okay. So I mostly just wanted to die in one hit, like
yeah, I think she still has lower hit points than most of y'all, but she's got more than 30 now.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's not 8.
Next thing you know, it'll actually be Irina now.
Just tanking.
No, not even that. She's actually going to be carrying the party now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, definitely not tanking, but that slasher feat sounds pretty cool.
All right.
Yeah.
And with like tankard of whiny hand is like, let's go do it. Let's go find and kill ourselves some druids then.
Yeah, let's go kill some evil nature people.
Slashers
should we
really good on a crit
leave Lancelot behind then? I think the little ones were enjoying playing with him. And you see Lancelot kind of running through the field, and there are 2 babyest ravens riding on its back.
Oh,
like very fluffy feather, just like riding on the back of Lancelot.
Lancelot should definitely stay here. He's not a fighting dog.
Yeah, I forget what sort of breed is Lancelot.
Kind of like a Scottish Terrier. I think.
I was gonna say.
I'd say leaving Lancelot at the winery for the time being. Let Lancelot be the varmint hunter that those breeds, that terrier breeds are. Yeah. Lancelot will probably have a lot of fun trying to find any mices and mices.
Agreed. Now then, let's go find ourselves a gem. Oh, and just make sure, Mono, you did put on a... you do have your locate object spell, yes?
Yes, I do.
Would that actually be affected by exhaustion at all, or no?
No, it won't.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure if that was like a concentration kind of thing.
First stage of first stage of exhaustion, you have disadvantage on all ability checks. Second stage, your speed gets halved. Third stage, all your saving throws are at disadvantage.
And attack rolls.
Oh wow.
Gotcha.
I'm not at 3 yet. I'm only at 2.
I don't remember what 4 or 5 is, but 6 is death.
Yeah, 4 is hit point maximum halved. 5 is speed reduced to 0. So once you reach 5, you basically die.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and so the things that can cause exhaustion on a saving throw penalty, once you get them down to 3, you're going to rocket them down to 6, and they're just going to be dead. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, exhaustion is vicious. That's why it's so important to make sure you have food, water, and rest in 5th edition. Because the second you start getting those levels, it starts to accumulate badly.
So, outside of trying to sleep again, is there any way that we can help Manu before we're heading out, or? Damn.
I'll be all right.
I never thought that I would say
y'all,
this before, but Manu, eat your children.
I
Eat
mean,
your children, drink your vegetables.
to be fair, but Manu, thanks to having taken the bonus feat at level 1 as mobility, Manu, even at half speed, is still almost as
not
fast
that
as
far
the rest
behind
of
you.
us.
Yeah, it's 20 now instead of 15.
Mm-hmm.
All
But
right.
yeah, the
I-
5 of y'all start heading south along the road. It is quite a bit of travel. I'm gonna have to roll a couple random encounters. Nope. 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 No random encounters for the first about hour of this trip. But yeah, let's get a marching order from y'all too.
Which way are we heading? South, you said?
South.
I will be up front.
I will be directly behind Manu.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll be third then. I thought, yeah, okay. Either way.
I
Oh,
don't
right.
I don't want to be first because I'm not a tank, but I do want to be towards the front because I have good perception and I can provide light and other utility stuff.
I mean, I'm kind of more of a tank as well, so if we wanted to swap spots, it works either way.
As we go, I would like to see if I can find tracks that the druids might have left as they went back to Yester Hill. To see if they just to make sure they didn't go into the woods, cut through some secret path and avoided the road or whatever.
Right. Make a perception check. Or an investigation check, your call.
21 perception.
Okay, yeah, you definitely can see a good amount of tracks that are heading off south along this road.
All right, so we would just head south. Maybe we should have asked what kind of signs to look for so that we would know we were close.
I mean, it is a druid encampment, yes? How hard is that kind of thing to find?
Yeah, but we don't want to find it by stumbling into it. We want to keep our distance. Oh, let's keep an eye out for. They said that they had a guy down there, right? Like a spy.
A scout
Oh, yeah.
that they named Muriel,
Muriel, yeah.
who apparently has met Tegan before.
Oh,
Probably the one that shoved a potion down my throat.
oh.
But speaking of Tegan, make a perception check with advantage.
$23.
Okay, you hear it's pretty far in the distance to the north of you, coming up on the trail behind you. Well before any of your compatriots here, you hear like the heavy, urgently fast-beating hoofs of horseback riding coming up behind you. You probably have a good amount of lead time before it gets to you, but it is fastly approaching.
This happened before.
Going to advise my party mates that there seems to be something on the trail coming our way on it sounds like on horseback. So
Yeah, let's hide, but I also want to see if Stormy can make an illusory image of somebody standing in the road to see how it reacts. Because I think this is that skeleton on the horse that came by before.
Could be.
I don't know if Tegan necessarily relays this information, but that skeletal horse that was riding by was like a slow amble. And what Tegan hears is definitely fast, hard riding.
I don't actually honestly think to make a special mention of the disparity of pace, just that there's something coming and we should get off the road and hide.
Oh, so I will do sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted.
No worries.
I want to make Strahd just standing in the middle of the road,
Okay.
looking over his shoulder.
But all of you are
Sexy
hiding.
Strahd.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody roll a stealth check with advantage because Tegan gave you all ample enough time. Like a good, if it was like one of the rest of you with normal ears that heard it coming and tried to hide, you probably wouldn't have even had enough time to hide at all. But yeah, since Tegan's forewarning, you all have advantage on that roll.
All right, I got a 3.
3 with advantage.
15.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I rolled with advantage. I got a 3.
Let's see, 15. I guess I technically have a +2 then with advantage. Because I have a +1, but I have a disadvantage because, heavy armor and the like. So, 17, I think.
Okay. Manu, you are hiding behind kind of like an overturned tree with the north side of the road hidden from you. But everybody else is also kind of hiding in the same similar area, and they just they see the top of your head and like your butt just like sticking out over this tree, just like looking into the path. They're just like get down, but you're just like
Like I'm down as far as I can go, but my shell is in the way.
If I notice that my party members are having difficulty getting their shit together to hide, I'm going to end up going ahead and casting Silent Image and basically covering us all with further foliage and whatnot, basically doing a illusory ghillie suit for the whole party.
Okay. And then Stormy, you were casting Silent Image to make
minor illusion.
minor illusion to make the image of Strahd on the road.
Yeah, and I'll give him a big dumpy to draw more attention.
Okay.
What?
Like, okay. A big ol' ass.
A large caboose.
With an ass that don't quit.
Mm-hmm.
Barovian buns of bronze.
Mm-hmm.
7-foot frame, rats along his back and an ass that don't quit. Ah,
So
shoot,
Tegan, I
there we
think
go.
you start to feel the urgency before you cast the spell to kind of cover everybody up, because Manu really wasn't doing it very well, and then everybody else is starting to hear the hoofs beating and just like pounding the ground really hard. It's just like you could feel them as much as you could hear them, and then galloping so fast in your direction. Is astride his nightmare Bucephalus is Count Strahd von Zarovich running, galloping down the road. He does notice this big butted version of himself that's kind of sitting the ground, and he kind of like slows to a crawl and kind of turns his horse around to kind of inspect it again. And then he just kind of takes a moment looking left and right.
Is my ass really that fat?
And then he rides right through it.
Thank you, Scout, for that.
passing directly through it, and he dismounts his horse for a second and takes a few steps along the path, looking about. He gets back on his horse and then just like slow trots forward. And just before he kind of rounds a bend and disappears, he casually just flicks a hand behind him and casts Fireball. None of y'all have to make a save for it, though. He's not seen you. It was just kind of his bluff. But the tree right next to the one that you're kind of hiding under just bursts in flames, and Strahd continues to ride off on his nightmare.
So Strahd does not have blind sight, true sight, or anything like that. That is good to know. Noted.
And he's a great appreciator of dead ass. Even if it's on himself.
I can't believe Strahd was the one who came by.
I love the fact that you made that specifically with a fat ass Strahd as well. God.
Just DM notes, Strahd considers doing squats.
So yeah, he continues along out of sight. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Tegan, you stop hearing the hoofs beats, and you assume that he's gone far enough ahead that you can step out from your hiding.
Okay. I think I'm actually going to give it about another 15 to 20 seconds before I let the rest of my party know. Okay, I think he's far enough away now.
Yay. And until Tegan even said that, Jatari is still like a bit shocked and frozen because of the whole fire happening right next to her. But then as soon as he said that, it's like, okay, cool. And then just tries to scamper down back to the road again.
Should we keep going? He went the way we were going. I don't know if I want to keep going that way.
Well,
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, this is his
Irina
land as
pipes
well,
up
so
is
no
like,
matter
well,
what we do, he might be there.
I don't know where this leads. If this road only leads to one place, or I don't know what business he could have been doing.
That's true. He could have. This could go somewhere that's not where we're going, but it's still in the same direction.
Well, it is
And
his land. Everything is his direction.
you're not wrong, Dratari. But if the druids actually are close to casting a spell, and if that spell actually does have genocidal potential, and Strahd likes to have an ample supply of food around, bearing in mind that his food is us, that genocidal act might be contrary to his plans.
That's true. I wasn't.
So we might quite genuinely be headed to the same spot. Or the druids might be doing this ritual under the purview of Lysaga, and Strahd might be on his way over to help them. Maybe help them with their genocidal spell because he wants to kill a certain group of people. Or it might be a case wherein whatever they're doing, Strahd and Lysaga might have lied to them about what it actually is that they're doing. Might be just using them to their own purposes.
Suppose so.
Or, as has been proffered by Irina, this road may have many other possible locations, and he's going somewhere completely else. We just don't have the information.
Indeed.
I, for one, support the idea of continuing forward, at least for a little while, but going slow, being cautious, and making sure we don't run face first into combat with twice as many druids, 3 times as many blights, Baba Lysaga, and Strahd all fighting against us at once.
True.
For all we know, that could be what we're headed towards, and we need to make sure that if something like that is the case, we know about it with plenty of time and warning and opportunity to turn around and run like hell before they even know we're there.
Good point. We should probably have someone that is better at proceeding than I then.
And better at
sneaking
than I.
I am good at running and sneaking.
Yeah, I am tank.
I can run like hell.
I'm good at looking.
Sounds good. But yes, I am in full agreement with Tegan. Let us be the scouts for now, so that we are not caught in a situation that we can't deal with. And as you said, who knows? Maybe he is just heading towards another part of his kingdom or whatever. Whatever.
Well, with any,
And has nothing to do with said druids.
with any luck, he's going to kill them. That would be very fortuitous for us.
Oh, yes.
Up to an extent. If he kills them and takes the gem, then we can't bring the gem back to the Wizard of Wines, and then they can't continue to grow their crop. Because apparently growing their crops is dependent upon the magic of the gems. So
I'm sure Strahd drinks the wine too.
Well, he has other things he prefers to drink, kind of thing, if I have to guess.
I am far more confident that he does not, actually. I'm sure he drinks from wine glasses, but doubt there's ever actually wine in them.
What
Oh
is
no,
a
I've
man?
seen
But
I've
a
seen the reels.
miserable little bag of wine.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
What is a man but a miserable pile of secrets, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So perhaps we continue on and Tegan maybe take the front if we hear hoofbeats coming back. We know definitely to get off the road then. Suspecting it might be you know who, but should we keep going otherwise?
I do have a question for the DM.
Hmm.
We have all seen Strahd on his nightmare in the sky. And we've seen that when the nightmare tracks through the sky, there's briefly flaming hoofprints left behind. Not for very long, just a few seconds. But was there audible hoofbeats when the nightmare was in the sky?
There was not.
So I'm going to stop for a moment and point that out to the party. We can hear him when he's riding on the trails, but if he decides to ride his mount into the sky, as we've seen him do before, when he torched the large group of people in the town of Valaki, and then rode away, all while in the sky, there wasn't that telltale sign. So, yes, we need to be very careful of hearing hoofbeats, but that's also not something we can count on.
That actually
True.
brings up an interesting thought. He can fly around, so he could take a straight line from A to B. So why is he on the road?
You don't ever get sick of flying around in Minecraft creative mode and want to like go around on the ground for a while and see what that perspective looks like?
I've actually never played Minecraft creative mode. I have only done the survival mode.
Yeah.
I'm a weenie.
It's possible that I don't know much about that type of mount. It's possible that being in the air tires it out faster. It's possible that he does it for intimidation factor. It's possible that there's more to the shifting mists and nature of this land than we know. Maybe it's it's easier to get lost between locations than we know or realize, and we haven't had issues with that because we've stuck to marked trails. There might be a reason that he has to do that, or 100,000 other reasons that we could never conceive of.
Also,
But
not to just to point it out, especially now that we know that there are werecrows and the like, it's a lot easier to notice a flying individual than necessarily one that's going through the trails.
Yeah, it might be that he has powerful enemies in this land that have the ability to maintain an overwatch. That would be a very nice thought.
but you said it could be for the intimidation factor, but that would mean he knows where we are. That means he knows we were here. So he came down the road just to give us a little scare.
It
He
could
could-
be
Why specifically us?
He's just a
Yeah, it
drama
could be
queen. He's
specifically
always doing that.
exactly. It could be specifically targeted at us, or it could be more generalized for the fear factor of he just likes riding around on the trails on his horse sometimes in order to maintain the you never know when the Dark Lord of the land is going to show up and be there and ride past you. It might just be the generalized, randomized intimidation factor. I don't know enough about him to make such conjecture. I doubt even the people who live here, and Tegan looks pointedly towards Arena, even would be able to make guesses as to his motivations to such an extent.
Well, if it comes to flair from the dramatic, I'm afraid that he is 100% that bitch.
The Vistani did tell us a little about him, didn't they? Like a very little bit. Nothing too specific.
They have, but given everything we know about them and the fact that they have a seemingly culture-wide work contract with him that some are more adherent to than others, but it does seem to cover all of them. Anything we find out from them about him should be taken with a grain of salt.
And I can honestly not say that I know, and I am very pleased that I know as little as I do. But from what I have gleaned, he has that flair from the dramatic, always very concerned with the optics. It seems like he enjoys doing things just to be seen doing them and to instill that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely had that effect on me.
He's just got a little bit of swag.
That is not the word I would choose, but to some, sure.
All right. So, with that in mind, shall we continue?
Slowly and carefully.
Yeah, we should maybe when it comes to Babala's saga, that's probably a good source of information. So maybe don't make her mad when we meet her.
She has a gem that we want.
We can probably we can probably get it.
If she either is
Okay.
or is considered to be family of his, that yes, she would know more, but again, whether we could rely on her to tell us anything or to tell us anything truly or to tell us anything for a fair price or fair trade.
Might just kill
I'm
us.
just not going to put any faith or trust in anyone from this land unless we absolutely have to. The most trustworthy person that we've met so far, realistically, is either between the priest who wanted to deny that there was a vampire spawn in the basement because the vampire spawn was created from his child, or the priest who got butchered by vampires.
No, I met you all here. Just like big.
But you're not
Great.
from here, is the point.
Fair enough.
And Tegan will look over to Irina, and it's like, no offense, but everyone in this land of yours seems to have agendas upon agendas of their own.
None taken, I live in shit.
And, I mean, we helped displace a burgomaster who was clearly an evil, vile piece of shit, and the person we assisted getting into power, it seems, may well have been worse. A cellar full of skeletons guarding a supposed book club that meets in a circle of chairs surrounding a ritual circle symbol.
I don't know. I prefer that than the cellar that we were just in a second ago that had all of the the brown mold. At least the circle didn't try to kill me. At least our book club didn't try to kill me.
To be
we
fair,
don't know that they're not trying to kill us right now.
to be
They might
fair, we stayed outside of that room and we only looked in. We didn't charge right into them and stand in the center of the ritual circle, which is comparably what you basically did with the brown mold.
I was looking inside, trying to find things. And not realizing what brown mold was, both in and out of character. And hey, it gave a very dramatic ending to one of our other characters, so there we go. To the druid
Yeah, and
character.
y'all are having this conversation over the next, it would probably be another hour on the road if y'all were going at a reasonable pace, but between Manu and y'all are probably trying to be a little bit more stealthy. Maybe an hour and a half or 2 more hours on the road until you're getting closer to your destination.
Yeah, that sounds
Tegan,
about
you
right.
do hear a rustle from, you get to what looks like kind of a clearing in the trees, like the path starts widening up a little bit. And you hear, it's almost a jump scare for a second, just like an unexpected rustle from the top of these trees. And then you see this bird with just like one of its wings like has the tail end of all of its feathers just like striped in blue. And you see as it flies down and right before it lands on the ground, it converts into a humanoid, and you see this young woman, maybe late 20s or early 30s, black hair. There are also black feathers in her hair, and her earrings are made of feathers, and she just has like a blue streak to one side. And she says, I heard there might be some people coming to help out. Would that be you?
Are you Meriel?
Yes, that's me. Well met. Good to see you again.
Great, yes, we were just here from the Visit of Vines. And we're hoping to meet you.
We were hoping to try and track down the gem that was most recently stolen by the druids that had taken over that. I forget what the Wizard of Wine's actual family name is.
Martikov.
Martikov homestead. This was where we were sent. This is where our information led us.
Well, I tracked the druids that had left the other night, that had stolen the gems, to this hill. They are up there somewhere. I lost track of them in the night, and I have not seen them again. It's difficult to see. There are skulking figures up there on that hill, and some moments ago, he himself came down the road, and he approached the top of the hill. He is up there now.
Strahd.
He's actually still there? He stopped?
Yes, yes, he is up the hill.
Hmm. Well,
As a player, I have a very strong urge to just want to talk to him.
You really want to go 3 for 3 on being charmed by Strahd?
I am willing to risk it.
oh hi. It looks like Lancelot decided to join us.
Hmm?
Oh, no, he did not.
Or at least the token looked like he was here. Yeah, there you go.
I don't think Chops knows, but the last 2 times we've run into Strahd, he's charmed us into thinking he was real cool and hot stuff.
Well,
Speak-
that
He did
and
that to
I
me
don't,
as well
I
as
don't
my,
know
like,
if
mastery.
Dratari has
For your-
told this in character, but Dratari's first introduction to this land was being charmed by Strahd and given a ride to Vallaki. And then, yeah,
Oh.
of course, like, he bit her during that ride, but she was charmed, so, like,
She was cool.
I got a
dude.
ride.
Hey, you can speak for yourself on being charmed by Strahd. I am currently 0 for 2 on being charmed. I still submitted to being bit because it was made very clear to me that not only would I have to fight Strahd on my own, but I would have to fight through the rest of you to do so.
Yep.
So I did submit, but I am technically 0 for 2 on being charmed by Strahd.
Congrats
It
for
is
being
my
the
Yeah.
Air Charm.
it is my one point of considering myself badass, and I will not let it be taken.
Unswayed by the swagger. But yeah,
Yeah.
the trail through the thick woods leads to this hill covered with dead grass and cairns of black rock. Dark, ominous clouds gather high above, and a single bolt of lightning strikes the hilltop. West of the hill, the land, the woods, and the sky vanish behind a towering wall of fog.
Or Jatari turns back to Marilyn and asks, was there anything else you can glean from the hill? Like, is there any mines that we need to worry about? Or is it just the hill itself?
Well, this hill, it's home to the forest folk. They are very good with the land, very difficult to spot when they are in their element. I don't know how many are there, or it seemed like one came out and spoke with Strahd atop the hill, and then disappeared again. I lost track of that one. And Strahd's just been there on the west side of the hill, looking west. And you do see kind of past down the hill, kind of one of the terraces that this hill is kind of. It's not like a steady slope. It is very much a chopped in terrace, almost like ziggurat. Kind of the lowest one, you see Strahd atop Bucephalus, and he's looking to the wall of mist to the west. And he's looking at it longingly. He almost has like a hand out, like reaching for it, and another hand like clutched to his chest. And then he's just gazing at this wall of mist. That you could see in his body language. There's a sense of emotionality to it. But it is past 1:30 a.m. where Stephen and Brooke are. So I felt like a half an hour ago was probably a better spot to wrap up, but we were going pretty good. I hope I didn't keep any of y'all too late.
It's fine.
But yeah. I was thinking for next month, if we're trying to run a couple, the 7th and 28th work? If those two don't work, basically any two non-consecutive Saturdays would be tight with me.
I know that the 28th won't work for me,
Will
but I
not.
think the 7th might.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm generally good whenever.
Yeah, we don't have to confirm that tonight,
Okay,
before
yeah.
anybody has to go, but yeah,
I think
any
I'm free
two
the other two
non-consecutive.
Saturdays in May.
I need to double check on my schedule because I know I'm going to be doing a few hikes, but I'll let you all know.
Okay. I'll figure it
But yeah, thanks
yeah.
for playing, everybody.
Likewise. It's been a pleasure. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Till next time.